especially MTN, who is a very leading operator in Nigeria. And when I saw their stand, I said, MTN, not just yellow, yellow, but you have covered Nigeria. MTN, thank you for being part of this. Good morning and welcome to the 12th edition of ICTEL EXPO. Let's look around the room, those of us here. What you see here is not just the gathering of just tech people that like to touch telephone, that like to call, or that like to browse. We are looking at the architect of Africa's future economy. That is whom you are, and that is why you are here. Because the Nigerian digital narrative has crossed the critical threshold. We discussed about that a while ago. It is no longer a story of future potentials or emerging sector that we are used to. Future potential, future leader. Today, the digital economy is the fastest growing engine of non-oil earning. After oil, we have you in this room as the engine of growth of Nigerian economy. Can you clap for yourself? And the deliberate choice we have made in this room over the next 2 days, we answer one of the fundamental questions of Africa's next $1 trillion of digital value will be built here in this room. Or another choice, if we want, we will watch it being built elsewhere, where we stand. The real growth, the real impact, let us grant this conversation. In fact, the progress in the past few years is real and they are hard won. GDP contribution. The ICT sector contributed about 10.07% to Nigerian real GDP, up from 9.79 in 2024. With telecommunication alone accounting for 7.29 percentage points. Expanding from 2026, we have 154.7 million active internet subscribers and 188 million in mobile connection. The broadband momentum. Broadband penetration stands at 55.67, up from 48.81 just within 1 year. I was discussing with the boss of Atcom that we stood here about 12 years ago, 10 years ago, discussing how we can have penetration of 8%, 10%. Now we're at 55%, but our target is 70. 8%, that was your mark 10 years ago. 55% today. Do we think we shouldn't clap for ourselves that we have done something? That our foundation is really solidifying. But as a business leader, we must look beyond encouraging statistics. We must look at the paradox that is confronting us today. Here are the paradox that we must confront now. Where our connectivity is expanding, our ability to convert these assets to sustain economic value is lagging. Let's consider this. In the same period that our connectivities grew, Nigeria slipped from being African #1 setup investment destination to the 4th position in 2025. We moved from 1 to 4. Please don't clap. Trailing Kenya at $879 million. South Africa at 848 million US dollar. Egypt at 561 million US dollar. But what I can tell you is that Nigerians do not have half of what Kenya had. I don't want to mention the figure, but I know that Kenya is less than 60 million people. And without controversy, controversy figure, maybe Nigerian we agree we are 220. But if all of us agree we are 230 or 240, that's like a quarter of our population. That is one of those things we need to ask, why? Because infrastructure without capital cannot scale. And capital without policy certainty will not stay. The 3 pillars for winning the next frontier were to secure, to lead Africa next tech frontier. Our national strategy must ride on 3 non-negotiable pillars. 1, digital infrastructure is a utility. Broadband is no longer a corporate luxury. It is a basic economic infrastructure. With a penetration of 55.67%, we are still short of our national target of 70%. The fiber to home adoption still lack regional average. Closing the last mile, especially the underserved state, is a single fastest level to push the digital GDP contribution beyond 15%. The facility must go round. I need broadband in my village so that anytime I'm there on weekend, again, Adebayo will be able to contact me. The proactive competition, for global capital. We are no more alone. Other people are competing with us. African tech funding is rebounding at 25% year on year to $4.1 billion US in 2025. But the nature of the capital has changed. Debt financing is now representing 41% of all deployed capital, up from 17% in 2019. Global investors are no longer funding hubs. They are funding governance, resilience, and proven revenue. Nigeria must intentionally position itself to win capital. 3, regulatory coherence over volume. Too many laws. Multiple overlapping levies. Complex foreign exchange access for software licensing. And delay in enforcing the Nigerian Startup Act directly inflate the cost of doing business in Nigeria. In today's global economy, investors are not just looking at tax incentive. They are looking for predictability. Policy predictability is a new incentive. The business imperative, the cost waiting for every entrepreneur and investor in this room. The message is very urgent and direct. The cost of policy uncertainty is now higher than the cost of capital. When we face with the regulatory ambiguity, business adapt. They shift gross capital to a more predictable hub, like Nairobi, like Cairo, and Johannesburg. And we don't want Lagos to go behind these three cities that we just mentioned. Every month of delay is a loss of capital and talent. We cannot avoid it, especially now that after African Continental Free Trade Zone, digital trade protocol has opened 1.3 billion person market to any funder and can scale from a stable home base. Our call to action: Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry therefore issue a very clear call to action today. We must build together or watch our peer scale faster. To our partner in government, we ask that you must match speed of private sector innovation with equal speed on regulatory implementation and policy harmony. To our funders, investors, and tech operators, we ask you to double down. Reinvest not just capital, but conviction and the vast potential of Nigerian market. Africa's next tech frontier will not be announced with grand declaration. It will be built day by day, day by day, and quarter by quarter, by those with vision, courage, and that act today. And I'm sure all of us are here to act today, not tomorrow. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Please let's give him another round of applause. Thank you. Just as the president has said, I think we can give ourselves another name aside tech bros or tech ladies or tech girlies. Maybe we call ourselves tech visionaries. Is that okay? So for the next 2 days, we're referring to ourselves as tech visionaries. And now we're going to be inviting yet another visionary for his opening speech. Please join me as we welcome the chairman of this particular expo, the ICTEL EXPO Committee, as well as the chairman, LCCI ICT Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and give a tech welcome to Mr. Shegu Okuneye. Please put your hands together for him as he comes for his speech. Please let's keep clapping until he gets to the stage. Thank you so much.
Good morning once again, everyone. The President, Lagos Chamber of Commerce, Engineer Leye Kupoluye, the Director General, Lagos Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Chinyere Almona, our special guest of honor, our commissioners, head of agencies, distinguished keynote speakers, strategic sponsors, and captain of industries, business leaders, tech innovators, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 12th Lagos Chamber of Commerce ICTEL EXPO. As the chairman, ICT Sectorial Group of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and the chairman of the ICTEL EXPO 2026 Planning Committee, I consider it both an honor and a privilege to stand before this distinguished gathering of policymakers, innovators, business leaders, investors, entrepreneurs, academia, development partners, technology professionals who have come together with a shared vision to shape Africa's digital future. On behalf of the President of Council and the entire membership of Lagos Chamber of Commerce, I warmly welcome every delegate joining us from across Nigeria and beyond. This year's theme, Africa's Next Tech Frontier, Building, Securing, and Scaling Digital Prosperity, could not be more timely. We are living through one of the most profound technological transformations in history. Artificial intelligence, cloud computing, data centers, cybersecurity, fintech, broadband connectivity, Internet of Things, blockchain, and digital platforms are redefining how government operates, how businesses compete, and how societies are developed. For Africa, this transformation presents an unprecedented opportunity, not merely to participate in digital economy, but to lead in areas where innovation, youthful talents, and entrepreneurship intersect. Nigeria, in particular, possesses remarkable strengths. We have one of the youngest populations in the world, a vibrant startup ecosystem, globally recognized technology entrepreneurs, and increasingly resilient digital economy. These assets positions us to become a major technology hub on the African continent. However, opportunities alone do not guarantee prosperity. Digital prosperity must be intentionally built. It requires sustained investment in broadband infrastructure, reliable power, digital public infrastructure, resilient data centers, secure cloud services, innovation ecosystem, research and development, and above all, the human capital. As someone who has spent over 20 years in Nigeria telecoms and digital infrastructure ecosystem, I have witnessed firsthand how connectivity changes lives. Every kilometer of fiber deployed, every community connected, every SME empowered through digital solutions, and every young innovator supported represents another step towards inclusive economic growth. Yet, we also recognize that with greater digital adoption comes responsibility. Cybersecurity has become a strategic imperative. Data privacy is no longer optional. Digital trust has become foundation upon which modern economies are built. As we accelerate digital transformation across government, commerce, health care, education, manufacturing, agriculture, financial services, and logistics, we must simultaneously strengthen our cyber resilience and protect our digital assets. This is why ICTEL EXPO 2026 is much more than a technological exhibition. It is a platform for strategic conversation, a marketplace for innovation, and a catalyst for investments. A meeting point where policies meet enterprise, where ideas become partnership, and where innovation translates into economic value. Over the next 2 days, we will experience insightful keynote presentations, engaging panel sessions, live technology transformation demonstration, startup showcases, investment conversations, business matchmaking sessions, and exhibitions featuring some of the most innovative organizations shaping Africa's digital economy. I encourage every delegate to participate actively, ask questions, exchange ideas, build new relationships, and explore collaboration. The conversation you begin here will well become tomorrow's transformative partnership. I wish to particularly acknowledge and appreciate our keynote speakers, panelists, moderators, sponsors, exhibitors, strategic partners, government agencies, regulators, members of the media for their unwavering commitments to making ICTEL Expo 2026 a success. To our sponsors, thank you for believing in the vision of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Your investment extends beyond these events. It is an investment in Nigeria's innovation ecosystem, Africa's digital future. I wish to sincerely commend the members of the ICT Sectorial Group, the Planning Committee, the Lagos Chamber of Commerce Secretariat and membership, and our numerous volunteers whose dedication, professionalism, and countless hours of preparation have made this event possible. Your commitment reflects collaborative spirit that ICTEL Expo represents. Ladies and gentlemen, the future will not wait for us. Digital economy is evolving rapidly. Artificial intelligence is reshaping industries. Cyber threats are becoming increasingly sophisticated. Global investment is flowing towards innovation ecosystem that demonstrates resilience, talent, and scalability. Africa must therefore move beyond being a consumer of technology to become a creator of technology, an exporter of innovation, and a global destination for digital investment. This responsibility belongs to us all: government, private sector, academia, investors, startups, regulators, and development partners. No single organization can achieve this transformation alone, but together we can build an Africa where technology drives prosperity, creates jobs, enhances competitiveness, improves public services, and delivers sustainable economic growth. As we officially commence ICTEL Expo 2026, let us challenge ourselves to think boldly, collaborate intentionally, innovate responsibly, and act decisively. Let this conference inspire fresh thinking. Let it generate meaningful partnership. Let it influence policy. Let it stimulate investment. Above all, let it accelerate Africa's journey towards a secure, inclusive, innovative, and a globally competitive digital economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for honoring our invitation. I wish you fruitful deliberations, rewarding networking opportunities, productive business engagements, and an enriching conference experience. It is now my singular honor and privilege to welcome you to the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry ICTEL Expo 2026. Thank you for your attention, and may God bless Lagos Chamber of Commerce, may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and may God bless Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Please let's give him another round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Just like he has said, before we would say the future is digital, but now we can say the future is already here, and we do not want to be left behind. That is why the ICTEL Expo is very important and pivotal for us to come together and discuss what the future of this tech and digital environment that we now live in is. Thank you so much, sir, once again. All right, so before we move quickly to the next segment, we want to recognize the presence of the Honorable Commissioner for Innovation, Science and Technology, Lagos State, Honorable Olatubosu Alake. Welcome, sir. We appreciate your presence in our midst. Thank you so much, sir. All right, so now we're going to move into the next segment, and this is what we call the goodwill messages. Now, we understand that partnerships are a foundation for widespread growth and transformation. So this segment is going to be bringing together regulators, policymakers, and industry leaders. And we're going to be hearing what their collective efforts are and what the decision is on how we need to shape the digital landscape for Nigeria. So for the first goodwill message, for a few minutes, please join me as we welcome Engineer Benga Adebayo. He is the chairman of Alton. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward for his goodwill message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And once again, I join in welcoming you. Please allow me to associate myself with the already well-established protocol. But permit me to pay respect to the veterans in our midst. In particular, I want to recognize and thank the president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, a very worthy superior of ours, Engineer Le Kupolue. Thank you for all the good work, sir. And I also must recognize and thank the Honorable Commissioner for Innovation and ICT in Lagos State, Commissioner Alake. Thank you for all the good work. There are a few of my worthy superiors in the House. One of them, Engineer Yotunde Koka, a very proud member of our association. Thank you for all the hard work. I bring you greetings and goodwill from all members of our association. We are the Association of Licensed Telecom Operators of Nigeria, which comprise all the major network operators and infrastructure providers. And mine, in the next few minutes, is just to welcome you and to tell you where we are and what we are doing as an industry to shape commerce and also for the development of our economy. A lot has been said about digital infrastructure, and now today we drive the economy. And therefore, it gives me privilege to address this distributed gathering of business leaders whose investment continue to shape Nigerian digital economy. The LCC has consistently championed policies that promote enterprise, competitiveness, and sustainable economic development. In this room today, there is the collection of all the leaders who make this happen. There is no doubt that every economy is now powered by digital connectivity, where we speak of banking, manufacturing, agriculture, healthcare, education, logistics, commerce, or government services. Every sector increasingly depends on robust telecom infrastructure. And last week, I told a story of my early days as a young engineer. Particularly, I remember in the early, late 90s and 20s, where I worked for a company called Siemens, and I came on a cross-posting back to Nigeria. My brother lived in Kenya, Nairobi. He works for one of the UN agencies at the time. And my father was a school teacher, a school principal. Way back home, had written a letter to me and asked me to convey the message to my elder brother in Nairobi. And the message was very urgent, as in very, very urgent. The means of communication at the time, the best we could get was to buy a ICTEL call card, as it is called in those days. So I had gone in the morning to take a queue at the ICTEL exchange in Ikeja. I queued about 11 o'clock in the morning to make the 3 minutes or 5 minutes call to Nairobi. And in and out, the services kept going and coming, kept going and coming. I was there till about 6 in the evening, and it wasn't yet my turn. So a few people on the queue were already frustrated and they had left, so my space moved a bit. Eventually, I got on the call around 7:15 at night, at which time it was already past 9 in Nairobi. My brother is an early sleeper, By the time I got through to his house in Nairobi, it was his steward who speaks Swahili, who hardly speak English, that picked the call. So I asked, where is the guy, where is brother, where is brother? And he just kept saying to me in Swahili, he's sleeping, he's sleeping, he's sleeping. So in essence, he has gone to bed before I got through to him. So I left without being successful. Next morning, I woke to exchange again, and I got there at about 6:30 in the morning. By the time, there were already people on the queue. By the time it was my turn, now about 9 o'clock our time. At 9 o'clock I got through, it was 11 o'clock in Kenya. My brother was attending a board meeting. So I rang his office, no success, no luck. So I basically had to wait at the ICTEL exchange for another 2 hours. ICTEL officer selling the phone card had some sympathy on me and gave me a second slot for 2 hours after, before eventually I got through to my brother at about 1 p.m. local time, 3 p.m. Nairobi time. You can imagine about 24 hours to make a 2-minute call. That was the story at the time. I don't know if how many of the young ones in our midst today can relate with that. Not many. But today, telecoms has become the most important sector in our economy, where the power of communication resides basically in this smart device that we have. Nigeria possesses one of Africa's largest digital markets, no doubt. Our youthful population, entrepreneurial culture, and growing technology ecosystem position us to become the continent's digital powerhouse. AI, cloud computing, fintech, e-commerce, digital media, smart manufacturing, precision agriculture industry, all depend fundamentally on reliable broadband infrastructure. There used to be some banks we call the traditional banks. These are the Union Banks, UBA, Bank of the North, First Bank, and the rest of them. And in the early days, for those who may not know, when you want to do banking transaction, you have to go early to the bank to take a queue. And they'll give you a small tile, which is called tally. So your tally number determines what time you get to the cashier. And in those days, you wake up to the bank in the morning, collect a tally, calculate what time it will be your turn. You can either go back and come back, or just stay on the queue until it is your turn. And God help you, by the time the tally is your turn, your account is not in the local bank, they haven't received a text message from your own bank, your transaction cannot go through. This was the story at the time. It was in our life, it is in our lifetime, not the story of our fathers. But today, you can do all things through the power of your mobile device. And therefore, we must give it to all the players that our infrastructure has become the most critical infrastructure. And government's designation of telecom infrastructure as critical national infrastructure is both timely and commendable. This recognition acknowledges what operators have long understood, that disruption to telecommunication networks translate directly to economic losses, reduce productivity, and diminish infrastructure's confidence. You see, people are here, and they're also online. And let me say something. If for some reasons, we lose connectivity to this building for half an hour, in essence, no service, no data, no connection, I'm not sure, and I'm sorry to say, President, I'm not sure if the crowd will remain same for 1 hour, just as we are here. In essence, if services go off completely, you can't receive message, you can't make phone calls, you can't send data, like some of us are doing even as we are seated, you can't do email. I do not think people will remain here for the next 1 hour if service is not back. That's just to show how critical the sector has been to our economy. In this regard, operators are doing a lot to sustain the sector, whether it is in investment, whether it is in modernization of our infrastructure, and as in deployment of what is critical, important to run our sector. Government alone cannot build digital economy. Likewise, private sector alone cannot succeed without supportive public policy. Our greatest successes have been always emerged through collaboration. And as business leaders, policymakers, and industry stakeholders, we must deepen partnership and encourage innovation while protecting investment and promoting competition. The LCCI remains an important platform for advancing dialogue such as this. Imagine a Nigeria where every business has affordable high-speed broadband, where every school is digitally connected, where every hospital benefits from telemedicine, where manufacturers operate smart factories, where agriculture is powered by precision technology, where young entrepreneurs build global competitive businesses. This vision is achievable. But it requires sustained investment, policy stability, infrastructure protection, and collective commitment. None of these opportunities before us can be realized without sustained private sector investment. Telecoms remains one of the most capital-intensive sectors of Nigerian economy. Every kilometer of fiber deployed, every base station constructed, every 5G site commissioned, and every rural community connected requires significant long-term investment. I would like to acknowledge the federal government for strategic tariff adjustment approval, which was given to us in 2025. That policy intervention played a pivotal role in restoring industry sustainability, enabling operators to move from a period of severe financial pressure to one of renewed capital reinvestment on our networks. Because it's this thing we call availability. It's driven by money. I know a community of elites that had no public electricity supply for 3 months of this year. And when I asked the chairman of that association, I asked him, what is the problem, for God's sake, to install a new substation? You guys are rich, you have money, you have network, but you are in darkness and you have been in it for 3 months. So chairman, what is the problem? And he told me, engineer, the issue is deeper than that. I asked him why. That we had 2 substations. One blew up over Christmas. The second blew up at New Year. Then they went to lease a 3rd substation from a local player. It blew up end of January. And he said to me, now we are frustrated because the manufacturers told us that the lead time to produce a new substation because of our size is 6 months. So we have money, we've thrown money at it, we are waiting for them to manufacture the substation for us. So what it then means is that for us as network operators to keep powering the economy and the network, we must deploy infrastructure that are not only resilient, but are supportive of one another, dependency on interdependency on interdependency, failing which we will not have connectivity as we have today. The result is already evident that in 2025, mobile network operators, tower companies, and other industry players invested approximately 2.13 trillion in capital expenditure. And for 2026, the industry has planned an additional 1.86 trillion in investment to expand networks and network infrastructure. This is the much that we are doing as a sector. Allow me to comment briefly on one issue that is of concern to all Nigerians as far as our services are concerned today. That is what is called data depletion narrative. Everybody say operators are stealing our data. Let me state unequivocally that telecom operators have absolutely no commercial incentive to steal customer data. Such a practice would be unlawful, unethical, commercially self-defeating, and will be subject to stringent regulatory oversight by the NCC. Every megabyte of data consumed on our network is recorded through internationally measured standard billing system. More importantly, data is consumed today in ways and manners that most of us do not appreciate. Unlike a decade ago, where smartphones runs on what we call analog services, now today's smartphones runs dozens of applications in the background: cloud backup, automatic software updates, app synchronization, video streaming, local media autoplay, high definition content, artificial intelligence services, location tracking, security updates, and connected devices all consume data continuously and often without the user actively browsing the internet. I'll just tell a small story before I round up. A senior colleague of ours always said to me whenever he sees me, after saying hello, you people are stealing our data. And you know, at some point, it became for me an integrity issue. Because for every conversation, he will say to me, your members are stealing our data. And I said to him, sir, we have no incentive for doing that. He said, no. Each time I buy data, minutes after, days after, it just goes away without me doing anything. Then I started thinking, and I asked my colleagues, this is a problem that we have. What should we do? So I was advised to say to him, let's look at your social media profile and see what you do. He says to me, no, I don't do much. Few online meetings, a few messages a day. He said, you know, I'm a very busy man because I'm a senior lawyer, and I really don't have time for the phones. So I said, do you mind if we look at your profile online? Because your device will show us how long you spend on screen every day and on which application. Oh, he said, by all means, no problem. So I went to him on a Saturday morning. Time to analyze his device. We looked at it for the whole of that week. On an average, on Monday, he spent 9 hours on Teams call. Surprisingly, on Tuesday, he spent about 5 hours on WhatsApp. And on Friday, just the day before, he spent additional 7 hours on WhatsApp. So I asked him, something is wrong. These team calls that you spend so many hours on, what's going on? He said, because in my office where we don't have Wi-Fi, I always use my phone to connect to the laptop. Then I asked him, this WhatsApp that you are spending so many hours, despite how busy you are, what's going on here? He said to me, you know, I belong to 24 groups. From the Old Student Association, professional community, whole village community, social groups, church group. Someone sends him video prayers every morning, and he prays with it every morning. That video player runs for, the video clip runs for about 5 minutes every morning. I said, by the time we add all of this together, this is where your data goes. Then he agreed with me. He called me 2 days ago and said, you know those WhatsApp group? I've taken them down. I'm now on only 4 of them. And I realized that my data is now a lot more stable. That is a typical example of how this happens. The other day, someone said to me, there has been an accident on the motorway. It was a very bad accident. They sent him a video clip, and he said to me, I watched the video clip 10 times. So I said to him, if you do not download it once, and for every time you watch that video, you go online, you are consuming data. And it's the same for many of us. As we are here now, people are listening, but people also know what they are doing behind their smartphones. So, and people will say after today, I'll spend 2 hours at SCCI conference. I didn't spend time on data, but by the time I came out, my data has been depleted. Ladies and gentlemen, I say unequivocally that we do not steal people's data. We all just must own our behavior on the digital platform, because these account for how we consume the data on our services. In conclusion, the future of Nigeria's economy will increasingly be measured by its digital competitiveness. Telecommunications is no longer simply about connecting people. It is about connecting opportunities, connecting industries, connecting innovations, connecting investment. I thank the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the opportunity to share these thoughts. May our collective efforts continue to strengthen Nigeria's economy and position our nation as Africa's leading digital investment destination. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please give him another round of applause. I believe we enjoyed his goodwill message. Truthfully, I'm sure some of us here were already harboring it in our hearts that our data is always finishing quickly. So thank you so much, sir, for that clarity. He has been able to tell us that telecom operators are not stealing our data. Thank you again for that reassurance. All right, so we want to quickly recognize the presence of a past president of LCCI, Mr. Gabriel Idahosa. Please put your hands together for him. Welcome, sir. We're honored to have you in our presence. Thank you. All right, moving on to the next goodwill message. For the next 5 minutes, we're going to be hearing from the Office of the Deputy High Commissioner of Canada to Nigeria, in person of Mr. Carlos Rogers Abulu, who is humbly represented by Mr. Godwin Eni Aibukan. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward for his goodwill message. Please, let's give him a Canadian applause. If you want free visa to Canada, this is your chance. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anything but free visa. Good morning, everyone. My name is Godwin Aigboha. Permit me to stand on existing protocol as I read the goodwill message of my boss, the Deputy High Commissioner of Canada to Nigeria, Mr. Carlos Rojas Abulu. Distinguished guests, innovators, entrepreneurs, partners, and friends, good morning. It is a pleasure to join you today at this exciting celebration of innovation, entrepreneurship, and the transformative power of technology, being the 12th edition of the LCCI's ICTEL EXPO 2026. I extend warm greetings on behalf of the Deputy High Commissioner of Canada, Mr. Carlos Rojas Abulu, who is unfortunately absent due to circumstances beyond his control. I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation and for the vision and consistency that has brought this platform to life over the years. Allow me to begin by acknowledging the remarkable energy in the room, an energy that represents innovation, ambition, and a strong desire to shape Africa's future through technology and entrepreneurship. There is perhaps no better setting to reflect on what it means to be Africa's next tech frontier than right here in Lagos, one of Africa's most dynamic startups ecosystems. Canada and Nigeria enjoy a long-standing friendship built on mutual respect, vibrant people-to-people ties, and a shared belief in the power of innovation to improve lives. Our relationship is strengthened every day by thousands of Nigerians who have chosen Canada as a place to study, work, conduct research, and build businesses while maintaining strong connections to their home country. Very often, we see these entrepreneurs returning to Nigeria to make significant impact after they've spent some time building businesses in Canada. Nigeria has earned its reputation as one of Africa's most dynamic technology ecosystems. Lagos, in particular, has become a recognized hub for digital innovation, producing globally competitive startups in fintech, health technology, e-commerce, agri-tech, education technology, and artificial intelligence. Nigerian entrepreneurs continue to demonstrate remarkable creative resilience and an ability to solve real-world challenges at scale. It is important to note that many Nigerian founders are already tapping into Canada's innovation ecosystem, whether through the Startup Visa program or through programs like Techstars Toronto. We have seen incredible talent emerge from Nigeria that have gone on to make global impact through these programs. Canada continues to recognize the extraordinary potential of Nigeria, and we see Nigeria not simply as a market, but as a valued partner in building the digital economy of the future. Canada is home to one of the world's leading innovation ecosystems with internationally recognized strengths in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, cybersecurity, clean technology, advanced digital infrastructure, and world-class research institutions. By combining Canada's research excellence with Nigeria's entrepreneurial energy and rapidly growing digital economy, we can create partnerships that can generate new ideas, create new businesses, and new opportunities for both our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the opportunities before us here today are significant. There's an opportunity to deepen collaboration between Canadian and Nigerian technology companies, encourage venture capital investment flows, promote joint research between our universities, support startup exchanges and accelerator programs, and build stronger partnerships in digital skills development. We can also work together to strengthen responsible AI, cybersecurity, digital governance, and inclusive innovation that benefits all members of society. Trade is an essential part of this relationship. As our economies become increasingly digital, technology will play a growing role in expanding commercial ties between Canada and Nigeria. Every successful business partnership, every investment, every joint venture or innovation program, and every technology transfer strengthens the broader relationship between our two countries. And which is why I'm here today. I'm representing the Canadian Trade Commissioner Service, and I am a trade commissioner. And in my role, I facilitate those partnerships between Canadian and Nigerian companies. The Trade Commissioner Service, known as TCS, is the core of Canada's commercial engagement abroad. Through our office here in Lagos, we help Canadian companies explore opportunities, navigate complex markets, connect with trusted partners, and build relationships that go the distance, whether it is in clean technology, ICT, agriculture, or the creative industry. We are here to support commercial partnerships that benefit both countries. Canada remains committed to creating an enabling environment for business collaboration through trade promotion, innovation partnerships, and engagement with Nigerian institutions in the private sector. We encourage Canadian companies to explore Nigeria's vibrant technology market, and we equally welcome Nigerian innovators who are looking to expand into North America through partnerships with Canada. Events such as today's ICTEL EXPO are important because they bring together people who make this innovation happen: the entrepreneurs, the investors, policymakers, researchers, and business leaders. They create these conversations that become partnerships, and the partnerships that become lasting economic growth. As we look ahead to the 2 days of discussions, I'm confident that the Canada-Nigeria relationship will continue to evolve beyond traditional trade into a modern partnership driven by knowledge, innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. Together, we can build more competitive businesses, create quality jobs, develop technologies that improve lives, and contribute to a more prosperous and inclusive future for both our countries. Thank you once again for the invitation to be here today, and I wish you a productive and inspiring expo. Looking forward to seeing the partnership that emerged from today's discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please let's give him another round of applause. Thank you. All right. That was a representative from the Office of the Deputy High Commissioner of Canada to Nigeria, and we trust, Mr. Godwin, that you would extend our regards to him as well. Moving to the next goodwill message, we have joining us online, Mr. Tony Izwagbe Emwebere. He is the president at CON, that is the Association of Telecommunications Company of Nigeria. He will be joining us online. So I believe we'll set that up. The good thing about technology now is we can all be in different locations and still be in the same place as well. So he will be joining us online. Do we have him ready? Do we have Mr. Tony ready to join us online?
Ready.
Oh, lovely. All right, sir. Please, let's welcome Mr. Tony Izwagbe. He's going to be giving his goodwill message for the next 5 minutes. Please put your hands together for him as he speaks to us online.
Thank you very much. the president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, distinguished representatives of governments, our regulators, captains of industry, development partners, exhibitors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies, I can't be with you in person, but like was said, with the benefit of modern technology, I can be with you digitally. Luckily, a message was put in between me and my dear brother, the chairman of ICTEL. So I don't like speaking before or after him, but luckily we have a gap in between because most of the things we say are basically in line with the same thing. But let me continue by saying this is an honor to convey the goodwill message of our association, the Association of Telecommunication Companies of Nigeria, to the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry on this occasion of the 12th ICTEL Expo. On behalf of ATCON, the Executive Council, and our entire membership, I congratulate LCCI for sustaining this important platform that continues to bring together policymakers, investors, innovators, and technology leaders to shape the future of Nigeria's digital economy. The theme of this year's conference, Africa's Next Frontier, Building, Securing, and Scaling Digital Prosperity, is both timely and compelling. It reminds us that digital prosperity is not and no longer an aspiration. It is the foundation of economic growth, national competitiveness, social inclusion, and indeed Africa's future. But digital prosperity doesn't happen by accident. It is built, it is secured, it is continuously scaled. And behind each of these is an ecosystem of organizations working together to make digital transformation possible. And ATCON is privileged to represent that ecosystem. Our members span virtually every segment of Nigeria's communication and digital infrastructure landscape, including mobile network operators, internet service providers, fiber infrastructure companies, tower operators, data center providers, cloud companies, satellite operators, equipment manufacturers and vendors, software developers, system integrators, managed service providers, fintech enablers, digital solution providers, and many of Nigeria's leading ingenious technology companies. And we are proud to be an umbrella body of all these organizations. Every phone call completed, every fiber cable laid, every broadband connection activated, every payment process, even every cloud application process, every digital service enjoyed by millions of Nigerians is supported by companies that are part of this ecosystem. And that is why ATCON remains proud to be the voice of companies that are not only connecting Nigeria today, but building the infrastructure for tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria's broadband journey has been one of resilience, innovation, and private sector investment. For decades, ATCON members have invested billions of naira in fiber optic networks, wireless infrastructure, towers, submarine cable connectivity, metropolitan networks, data centers, cloud infrastructure, and enterprise connectivity. They have connected businesses, schools, hospitals, financial institutions, government agencies, and homes across our nation. They continue to extend networks into underserved and unserved communities, often under extremely challenging operating conditions. And I think my dear brother Benga enumerated some of these conditions. So when we speak about broadband penetration, we must remember that every increase in penetration represents thousands of kilometers of fiber deployed, thousands of base stations constructed, countless of hours of engineering excellence, and significant long-term investment made by companies that believe in Nigeria's future. And these contributions deserve recognition. Equally important is the remarkable contribution of our members to the growth of Nigerian local content. The future of our industry cannot depend solely on imported technology. It must also be driven by Nigerian innovation. And it is here we commend the LCCI and this expo for showcasing indigenous technology innovation, and I'm sure we'll see more of that in the coming hours today. Today, indigenous ATCOM members companies are designing networks, developing software, deploying digital platform, delivering managed services, building cybersecurity capabilities, training engineers, creating intellectual property, and exporting expertise across Africa. And again, I commend LCCI for showcasing all these indigenous companies, and I'm sure we'll see many of them today. They are creating employment opportunities for thousands of Nigerian professionals while ensuring the more value is created, retained, and invested within our economy. And you know, I always like to say that our name ends with Nigeria. So ATCON, we are fiercely local. This is exactly the kind of local capacity that will sustain Africa's digital transformation for generations to come. However, the next chapter of our digital economy cannot be written by any single stakeholder. And I think Benga also again alluded to that. No regulator can do it alone. No operator can do it alone. No investor can do it alone. No technology company can do it alone. Success will come through partnerships. And we commend the partnerships and done by LCCI as well. That is why ATCON has constantly championed collaboration across our industry. We have worked closely with the regulator NCC, state governments, industry associations, and other stakeholders to promote broadband expansion, infrastructure protection, improve right-of-way policies, fiber deployment standards, and greater infrastructure sharing. These initiatives are not merely industry conversations. They are national priorities. Because when we reduce the cost of deployment, everybody benefits. When infrastructure is protected, service quality improves. When networks are shared intelligently, investment goes further. When standards are respected, our infrastructure becomes more resilient, sustainable, and future-ready. As we embrace different technologies like AI, cloud computing, digital payments, smart cities, advanced manufacturing, and technologies that will define the fourth industrial revolution, we must remember this one simple truth. Every digital innovation ultimately depends on robust digital infrastructure. And robust digital infrastructure depends on collaboration. Therefore, we enjoin ICTEL 2026 to be remembered not simply as another conference, but as a renewed commitment to work together. Together we can accelerate broadband penetration. Together we can strengthen indigenous technology companies. We can deepen local content together. Together we can protect and expand our critical digital infrastructure. Together we can create an environment that attracts investment, encourages innovation, and delivers affordable, reliable connectivity to every Nigerian and every African. Together we can position Nigeria not only as Africa's largest digital market, but as Africa's leading infrastructure hub and innovation powerhouse. This should be the theme, and we commend the LCCI and this expo for its theme that will really drive that. So on behalf of ATCON, I wish all participants fruitful deliberations, meaningful partnerships, successful business engagements, and a highly successful ICTEL Expo 2026. And I thank you all for your digital attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's great to see you online. Please let's give him another round of applause. That's the president of ATCON, Mr. Tony Iswabi. All right, so just before we move to the next goodwill message, I bring you a goodwill message myself. So given that this is the ICTEL Expo and we're speaking telecoms, speaking tech, and speaking AI, well, we do have free Wi-Fi available. So if you want to partake of this, of course, once you want to connect, you see the name ICTEL 26, and you can register, log in, and you have free internet access, and this is powered by IPNX. So if you want to connect to the Wi-Fi, the free Wi-Fi, just connect to ICTEL 26 and enjoy free data. At least that one, you wouldn't have any fears that the data is being stolen, okay? So the next goodwill message, please join me as we welcome for just 5 minutes for his goodwill message, the Honorable Commissioner for Information, for Innovation, I beg your pardon, Science and Technology in Lagos State, Honorable Olatubosun Alake. Please put your hands together for him as he comes for his goodwill message. Thank you. Please, let's keep clapping till he gets to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning. President of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Director Generals, Chairman of the LCCI ICT Sectoral Group, my fellow operators in the industry, regulators, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this ICTEL Expo. You know, the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry was founded in, I think, 1888, if I'm being correct. So if you think about what that means this chamber is older than an aeroplane. It's older than a transistor. And it's older than the modern computer. And it's older than every single company that is represented in this place. And I think for 138 years, this institution has stood in the same place, doing the same thing, convening the people who build the Lagos economy and daring them to build bigger. So I want to begin by saying something that I hope will frame everything that follows. As with going with the theme, the next frontier. You know, the next frontier, we hear that a lot. But you know, frontiers are not discovered, they are built. You know, the theme of the conference talks about Africa's next tech frontier. You know, the next frontier is like a territory that is waiting to be discovered. You know, but I want to say that that framing should be different. There is no frontier waiting for us. There is only what we lay down, kilometer by kilometer, policy by policy, company by company. And the frontier is not anywhere else waiting to be discovered. You are all standing on it. So, let me say that part of that building is the government's job. And I just want to share with you a few of the things that we've been doing so that that next frontier, we are able to build it together. So of course, and I particularly like the speeches from the Association of Telecom Operators and some of the education that they've been giving us in terms of, you know, the connectivity and data and all of that. And we know that we cannot run economies, we cannot run a digital economy on an analog city. And so, you know, in Lagos State a few years ago, we started what we call the Metro Fiber Program. It's a public-private partnership initiative where the private sector carries most of the capital. And Lagos has been together with them trying to lay the unified duct infrastructure. Thousands of kilometers, approximately almost 3,000 kilometers delivered in the first phase. And between 2021 and today, our regulatory agency, that's LASIMRA, working together with its partners in the private sector, they've been able to help attract over $22 million in FDI investments in the telecom sector in Lagos. So, you know, the point is not just about the fiber or the ducts. The point is that, you know, infrastructure like Equiano lands here, 2Africa lands here, without the terrestrial distribution into the hinterland, you know, the capacity dies at the beach, right? You bring all of that big undersea cables here, but if you don't have distribution inwards, right, you are not going to have people being able to access the very services that they require. And so we as Lagos have not just been talking, we've been partnering with our partners in the private sector to drive that terrestrial distribution to homes, to offices, to centers such as these. And, you know, part of it is what we see as building that next frontier with the power of private capital and the ease of doing business and the partnership with government. At least between 2020 and 2025, over 1 million additional people have been added to connectivity companies across Lagos State. So about 1 million people have been connected to the internet since 2020 in Lagos State. But that's a connectivity story. What else have we been building in Lagos? We are rebuilding the machinery of government itself, right? We have a project called the Enterprise Architecture Project. You know, today, if you are applying for a government permit, and some of them you can apply online, over 16 government agencies have digital front-facing services to the citizens. But imagine you were applying for a building permit, and they asked you to go and bring your tax clearance. You'll probably have to go and start looking for things up and down. Let me go and file my taxes and all of that. But the Enterprise Architecture Project seeks to eliminate all of that by building the Lagos API Bank and connecting different databases. So if you are applying for a particular permit, one government agency is directly talking to the other at the back end so that your service is more efficient. And so through the Enterprise Architecture Project, we have mapped over 192 agency databases to a data warehouse. That is to make service delivery for the citizens much more efficient. Right? What else have we been doing in the area of security? We've deployed over 500 smart cameras across the city. And even for those of you that drive in Lagos, I'm sure some of you, if you are not obeying the rules, might have gotten tickets, right? For some people that have not renewed their, whether it's their registration, their roadworthiness, and things like that, there are actually digital systems that can flag that, right? So in certain areas, there's no need for you to deal with a last mile agent anymore. Once the camera captures you and your details are not up to date, then you'll get a ticket on your text message. We are expanding this particular infrastructure to cover the entirety of Lagos so that enforcement becomes objective, not subjective. You know, and then you have a much more efficient service delivery to the citizens, right? And what else have we been doing? We realized that the entire economy is moving online. It's becoming more digital. Heck, we in Lagos State are digitizing several workloads, right? Especially even our land administration, which is a hydra-headed monster, as many people will know. And let me just give you a snippet of what is going on. You know, digitizing all of these workloads is a monumental task, right? So for instance, in the land administration, they are digitizing land records since 1878. In Lagos here, that was signed by Queen Victoria. Land deeds that were signed by Queen Victoria today are being digitized, right? So when it comes to adjudications on land matters, you have records that go all the way back, so you have more accurate judgments, right? And so a lot of that is going on, But then again, there brings an inherent risk. How do you protect a digital economy? Cybersecurity, right? And that is leading us to the first Security Operations Center for Lagos State. We are building it with a private sector partner where we begin to protect mission critical services. Think of hospitals with your data, right? Your health records. Think of me, for instance, now, I've not gone to any electricity company to buy electricity for the past 12 years. I buy my electricity online. Imagine if that platform goes down or is hacked or they get a DDoS, denial of service attack, right? And so how do we protect mission critical services across the state? Electricity companies, hospitals, government services. And that is what is leading to the Lagos State Cyber Security Operations Center, where security apparatus, cyber security apparatus is deployed to protect mission critical services, government agencies, and all other critical services for the state. Today, Lagos State is the highest compliant data protection state in the nation. Over 75 MDAs conducting periodic audits that are submitted to the Nigerian Data Protection Commission every quarter, right? So at least you can trust that in Lagos State, to a large extent, not 100%, but to a large extent, your data is safer than in other states. What else have we been doing? You know, AI, you know, it's the buzzword now, but without our own sovereign AI, then we are at the mercy of other infrastructure owners. And so what have we been doing? We've been building the Lagos Sovereign AI model, right? Being trained on a lot of Lagos State data, right? So that your queries, your services are more tailored and are more targeted to your environment, right? And so we are not just dumping a whole load of data on foreign models that keep learning. Look, a lot of these models are stored in places like Virginia, in Dubai. A subpoena from a United States judge can actually skim through all the data of the people in this room. So what are we doing as state, as a country, to drive that? Building our own sovereign AIs. There is no two-way, there's no shortcut. We need to build our own sovereign AIs to learn our own data, to give us more tailored, much more specific services in our own environment, and we need to maintain our own sovereignty. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I could go on and on. That's just even in the infrastructure part. Today, in Lagos State is the biggest funder of startups in the country. We've been funding startups indirectly since 2016 and directly since 2019. Not only startups, if you go to, for those of you that want to, you know they always say, verify. You can verify if you go to lasric.lagosstate.gov.ng. That's lasric.lagosstate.gov.ng. You will see some of the startups that we funded. Some of them you would recognize them. And so a lot of people might even be surprised that, oh, Lagos State has funded some of these startups. But that's one aside. But my personal favorite, research and development in universities. In fact, that in itself is the key to driving technological development for our jurisdiction. If we do not fund research and development in universities, there is no way we can be ahead or even catch up to any of these other jurisdictions that commit their resources to it. And so today, Lagos State has supported over 95 R&D initiatives in universities, in Unilag, in LASU, in Yaba College of Technology, and in the Lagos State University of Science and Technology, right? From research and development projects such as convolutional neural networks for medical imaging, right? Plastics replacement, biodegradable plastics replacements, and turning waste material into building blocks. The list is endless, actually. But you see, what I discover is that 70% of R&D output and R&D funding, even in the United States, is driven by private sector. There is no way government can fund everything. And so why am I here today? It's a call to action for our partners. And you know, I think one of the, as the chairman of Alcon was saying earlier about how people think data is being stolen, right? And you know, they are not particularly sure how their data is being exhausted until he educated one of his friends and he could see what the issue is. One thing I find with government and large private sector incumbents is that we communicate very badly. We don't communicate well at all. And I remember when the telco tariffs were being increased, I knew it was going to have a serious impact. That was now, what was to follow was supposed to be a media offensive to the nation that, look, oh, this is what is coming in regards to your data. And we suffer the same fate in government. We are bad communicators. I'm sure some of the things I'm saying you are hearing for the first time. But that notwithstanding, why am I here? It's a call to action for all of the stakeholders in this room, private sector companies, investors, universities, technology associations, the Chamber of Commerce. We need to partner to drive original inventions in our country. There are no two ways. If MTN needs a better radio, right? Maybe one that is less affected by atmospheric conditions, a BTS station. Before they think of importing, why don't they give the assignment to Unilag? Right? And say, I give you 18 months to solve this problem. I'll fund it. And if they succeed, MTN has created a new product that they can export. Let us imbibe that long-termism view of driving solutions. And that is exactly what is behind the law we are trying to pass this year, the Lagos Innovation Bill. The Lagos Innovation Bill seeks to incentivize private sector companies to drive inventions with our universities, right? Giving them tax incentives and all kinds of incentives to drive original solutions in Lagos State. And of course, at the same time, look at how they can continue groundbreaking research work that maybe probably started elsewhere and continuing it in Lagos. We have found that in driving research and development with our universities, there's a valley of death, right? We start with the basic research, with the applied research way, but if there's no commercial company to take that research work to a commercial conclusion, it dies there. I can tell you now that Unilag has the highest patent output in Nigeria. But where are those patents today? Most of them are not commercialized because the private sector does not know what is going on in the universities. And so my call to action today, and I hope it's not just going to be a discussion, it will be a deliberate effort from here to start to build, to start to partner, to start to engage, to start to lobby our friends in the National Assembly to drive the right policies, and to make sure that in this next frontier, we are not left behind. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. That was the Honorable Commissioner for Innovation, Science and Technology. I think from his speech and goodwill message, you can definitely see that he has great innovations for our dear state, Lagos. And of course, we also thank you, sir, for your honesty with us through this session. All right, so we say a big thank you to all our distinguished speakers for those inspiring goodwill messages. We will now be moving into one of the highlights of the ICTEL Expo, which is the keynote sessions. Okay, so our first keynote speaker is a leading and respected leader in the data industry. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage for his keynote address, speaking on data centers, cloud, and the infrastructure backbone of Africa's digital economy. Please join me to welcome Dr. Ayotunde Koka, the CEO, Open Access Data Center. Please, a round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon me while I just set off this technology stuff. I think I have a presentation. It's slide set I've sent out. But yeah, I'm delighted to be here, very honored to be given the first keynote at this event. And as Mr. President said, it's been on the journey for about 12 years now of the ICTEL event. Okay, fantastic, the presentation's up. Please also allow me to adopt the very excellent multidimensional protocols that have been very eloquently established. So I'll talk around, can we move the, okay, I think I have this here. Fantastic. I'll give an overview of WIOC group, which gives a bit of a context of what I'm talking about. I'll also talk about, broad Africa perspective. Not actually data centers, but digital infrastructure, and I'll explain why. Scalability, sustainability, emergence of sovereign and local cloud platforms, and so on. Okay, so WIRE Group actually is Open Access Data Centers, of which I'm the CEO of the group in Africa. I'm based in Lagos. I say it's a coincidence, I'm Nigerian. Lagos is a key location to be based with an Africa responsibility because it's central, all the airlines are here. You're within 6 hours of anywhere, maximum one connection of anywhere. And so it is the scale place in Africa. So I'll talk more about open access data centers. Then there's a digital backbone, which is WIOC started about 19 years ago, building subsea capacity with the easy cable on the east coast of Africa. It's since then expanded, connecting Africa to the world, connecting Africa to Africa. Fiber subsea. It's a consortium partner with the Google Equiano cable that lands into Lagos here, and the 2Africa cable, and we're building long distance networks in Nigeria. And also we have open access metro, which is building metro networks, open access here, that allows ISPs to deliver services without having to invest in infrastructure, leveraging some of the things Honorable Commissioner mentioned in terms of Lagos state infrastructure and the technical services capability as well. And also for WIRE Group, I am the country head of the entire group here in Nigeria. So, if you look at that Africa capability, We have a flagship data center here in Lagos. It's around about 2.5 megawatts now, building out to about, we said 24 megawatts, but AI is building deep capacity right now in terms of density. So it's probably going to build out to 30 megawatts or so, 40 megawatts over the next 3 to 5 year time scale. And I read something somewhere about Lagos State looking to triple data center sort of capacity. What matters is the hyperscale type technology, world class. That's what we're building here and a few other companies in Lagos. Lagos is a digital hub already of West Africa. And I'll talk about how it is actually on a trajectory to be the key player in Africa. So that was just Lagos. We have over 40 data centers in South Africa. I mentioned this, not about WIOC, but it creates a context. So we have about 12 core data centers, big ones, and about 32 others, and a key data center in Kinshasa. And we merge that together with what we do with technology and in what we call converged open digital infrastructure, and talk to that. And that's what I'm talking about here. So you see, you have those big core data centers, and you have the smaller edge data centers. What's happening with AI and IoT and all of these things is that the data needs to be more efficiently deployed closer to the point of use. It's the same thing as Honorable Commissioner was saying about sovereign AI. I'll talk about that later as well. In that, there's latency if you have to traverse all of the networks to data centers in Europe, and it creates a terrible customer experience. You know, when you touch your phone and it goes around in the circle, it's not always the quality. The quality of network connection matters, but if you have to traverse all the way to Europe and back down again, it's a problem. It's the same thing with internet exchanges that are growing significantly here in Nigeria. It just means that you optimize and localize your data. You see, technology does that. I'll give you one example. Imagine the old days of mail, letters. You go to your post office, but you don't have the post office exchange. They have to send the letter to London. If you're lucky, London post office exchange will say, the address and postcode is next door. They'll send it all the way back to go next door, right? It might actually get to London, and London will say, I don't know this address. It'll send it to New York. That's how the internet kind of works, right? New York says, oh, I know where it is. It's back down in Lagos. So it'll go back to London to say, I found it. It's next. Imagine that inefficiency. So if you don't have internet exchanges and you click on your phone, it goes off to find the IP address and stuff like that. And it might even go to California to try and find it, only to find out it's next door. So this fabric of technologies are now starting to exist across the continent, actually, so around the world. You also have content distribution networks and everything. So it is that you have that scale of the core data center right down to the smaller data centers at the edge. So it gives you distributed scale, good vendor neutrality, open IXs, and neutral interconnect. And that's what we call converged open digital infrastructure. If I can get this to go back, I think I skipped one too many. Okay, so I just wanted to show this as well. In that everything you do, every time you touch your phone, it goes to something that sits in a data center somewhere. And the closer it is to where you are, the better for customer experience, right? So if you look at all of this stuff, I first presented this in 2020, December 2020. And I did a lecture at Cranfield University, a distinguished alumni lecture. And at that time, I said fourth industrial revolution technologies actually have a whole range of things linked to it. Internet of Things, you've got the, what's artificial intelligence then, right? Artificial intelligence has been around for over 30 years actually, about 35 years. But we've just stretched the limits of, technology, and the human creativity always stretches the limit of technology, right? And what's happening now is a big tipping point over the last 4 years of AI. okay? But it's been developing over time. And you have augmented reality, social media, blockchain, advanced robotics, 3D printing. I remember president of the LCCI championed 3D printing piloting quite a few years ago now, okay? Okay, so my thesis really was around the fact that the industrial revolutions have been shrinking. The first one took 130 years to get to the second one, which took 100 years to get to the third one. And most people here, over 50, we talked about some of the older people, have lived through 3 industrial revolutions already. The second one, which went through to 1969, the third one took 50 years to around about 20s, and the fourth industrial revolution kind of sneaked in around about mid-2020s, driven by the advent of World Wide Web internet, okay? I'm going to somewhere about with the data centers here now. All of that sits in a data center somewhere with all of these interconnects that you had. And that's what drives the fourth industrial revolution. However, having seen the compression of the changes in the industrial revolutions, I then made an assertion that from that 2020, in 5 years to 6 years, we will see the advent of the fifth industrial revolution. And that's what's really been hitting us now. The kind of advent started to shift, and that is now around about 20 years to 25 years of the fourth industrial revolution. And that's a significant shift that's happening. We're kind of walking into it, and then one day someone will say, oh my God, we're in the fifth industrial revolution, and that's what's been happening. And this is consuming significant amount of connectivity. The connectivity across the world, we've over tripled the connectivity coming to Lagos shores over the last 3 years. Equino cable coming in, To Africa cable coming in with Meta. It's provided a significant connectivity base for Lagos. You see, Lagos gets lost in Nigeria's averages. Lagos, it's a city-state. It's around about, what, the 7th largest economy in Africa by GDP. But if you look at nominal GDP, if you look at, for instance, purchasing power parity, it's about the 6th largest economy, and it's a middle-income economy, about $8,000 per capita, right? With all that data coming in, with the data centers that we're building, it is transiting into catching up with Joburg and Cape Town and South Africa as a whole, okay? So if you look at Africa here, South Africa leads in terms of data center capacity. We've got about lit capacity of about 165. It actually has about 300 to 400 megawatts of capacity available. Lagos is around about 36 of live, but it actually has over 100 megawatts of capability being built right now, and that will expand significantly in the five-year time scale. Next, Kenya, Egypt, Morocco. Now, what did I say about Lagos? If you look at internet exchange capacity, South Africa is around about 6 terabits. I'll use that for comparative scale, right, of throughput. Remember I talked about localizing data and throughput, what the internet exchanges do. The Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria published that it's doing around about 2.5 megawatts, okay? There are 2 sites that I want us to consider. One, it has grown significantly as the 2nd largest in Africa. Data center capacity, Nigeria is the 2nd largest in Africa. What you should look at though is the trend. The trend of internet capacity volume is on such a trajectory, right, that it is catching up with South Africa. It's remarkable here in Lagos, right? The other thing is in data center capacity and build out that we have, there's the absolute capacity, there's the build out. In data centers, we look at what is live, we look at what is available for sale to be occupied, then we look at the land that has the planning permission, that has the power available of which it can expand to. that of which it can expand to is available more in terms of how it's building out than South Africa. So you look at the trend as well as the absolute. Now, to put the internet exchanges in perspective, Kenya's internet exchange volume is number 3. It's 500, 0.5 terabits. That's 2,500, 500 terabits, right? Look at the gap. So Lagos and South Africa are way, way ahead in Africa. That's bringing in significant direct investments. And I've said that what we're investing is actually north of $200 million to build that capacity we're talking about, just here in Lagos, in Lekki. Imagine the direct and induced economic impact that that will have. So when President said that for every month we lose due to whatever stumbling blocks we put in the process of building a digital infrastructure, we are losing significantly. Significantly. And we come across these stumbling blocks from every now and then that I have to work hard to try and overcome. If we don't get those things in place, then what we're talking about with respect to digital transformation, sovereign data, and so on, will not happen. It's just going to sit in somebody else's data center somewhere else. And this, it takes ages to get these things in place. So it is absolute strategic digital infrastructure, and we have to treat it that way. When we look at these as well, it's quite busy, this. I think I'll publish it online, is that you have a supply side. So for supply side is the digital infrastructure, connectivity and everything, which goes to reliable power, your fiber backbone, AI-ready data centers, cloud and colocation infrastructure, spectrum and everything. Data centers don't sit on their own. They're part of a mix that brings the entire thing together around what I call that converged open digital infrastructure. Then you have the demand side, large and young population here, mobile internet growth, financial services, growth of fintech. If you look at the number of customers, I mean, I think Access Bank has something like 50 million customers, and OPay is now coming to around about 30 million. I mean, OPay, the level of innovation is significant, and you need that combination of digital infrastructure, you know, enterprise AI adoption, content creation, the digital economy. We know what's happening with creativity, the creative space and the use of technology there. AI is not going to just kill jobs. It's transforming the way we work and we take. There are different angles of what I could spend even different 10 minutes or 15 minutes talking about in all of this, but I'll stick with the digital infrastructure bit of this keynote. You have agriculture, innovation, data sovereignty, national security, enabling policies. We have a regulatory and supervisory framework in the country and at national and state level, which is actually progressive. I think, you know, Alton and ATCON would indicate that. I was just reflecting on what Engineer Benga mentioned about stealing data. The cost of data here, I think the size of data and how long it happens here seems to be a lot more in terms of, you know, usefulness of your data than in the UK. Somehow, I mean, I buy my data for significantly more per megabit, right? And it seems to disappear quicker. You know, the issue we have isn't the cost of data, it is the affordability of data. And within Lagos, if you just need to be in Lagos or go to anywhere else, Germany, Frankfurt or something like that, and your experience of data, despite the challenges that engineer mentioned, that as an industry we have to face, it is quite remarkable that your experience of the data is significantly better. You'd use a 5G now, you can get 250 megabits per second in Lagos, right? And you can download a movie in God knows how, despite those challenges. So this gives us the two sides of, so we are building out the supply side with the digital infrastructure, and we have a very, very strong the very strong fundamentals on the demand side. Okay. So I talked about how this all comes together. You see, there are three things you need to look at, especially with site selection: power, data centers, and connectivity. They all come together. So we're building our significant data center infrastructure. We've got connectivity, terabits of connectivity coming into Lagos. And as the Honorable Commissioner said, the key thing is that we have to build the networks that evacuate it from the shores out into the country. And which is why we're building what we call open access national long distance networks and metros here. And it's quite a few companies, the biggest companies we have here. We've got OEDC, Equinix, which acquired Main One. They're building out capacity, expanding where they are in Lekki, further down Lekki or Gombo, and building out in Victoria Island as well. We've got Digital Realty, which acquired Medallion. They're building out in Victoria Island, and I understand they're looking at megawatts of build out as well. You got MTN Dabengwa on the mainland, Rack Center that I used to run. They've got a 12 megawatt shell. MTN Dabenga, I understand, is around about the build out of 10 megawatts. N Extra by Airtel Africa is building out in Lekki, in Eco Atlantic, out to 20 megawatts. These are at different stages of development. And each megawatt typically brings around about $10 million of investment. So you can understand the amount of active digital infrastructure investment that's coming in here. And we have Galaxy Backbone in Abuja. Lagos is it's okay, because in the US you do have Virginia, for instance, concentrations of data center builds. It happens around the world. Slough in the UK. But we still need to build out more digital infrastructure across the country, and that's starting to happen. Port Harcourt, Abuja. The oil and gas industry is about to go serious with respect to use of digital infrastructure. That's another transformation story. So, cloud, 5G, edge demand, the different dimensions that give you that driver for the scale. And we're now starting to get local cloud and sovereign cloud platforms. We have UniCloud that hosts with us. We got cloud providers like Layer 3. You got cloud providers like Nobus Cloud, for instance, building out the local cloud infrastructure, which is particularly important if we're going to deliver against the CBN's sovereign data directive that came out recently. And I've been very vocal by saying, look, we've got the data center infrastructure that's in there, ready. And I'll be speaking on Thursday, actually, at the FinTech conference towards how would you do it. But these local cloud requirements are very, very important. And it will speak to something about AI that I'll talk about as well. So we have all the key ingredients that will bring hyperscale growth of cloud. You now have what's been called the neo cloud. Do you know what they do? They're bringing cloud infrastructure with the GPU infrastructure for AIs, and they're calling them neo clouds that give you AI as a service. The infrastructure comes in here and enables us to deliver a lot of the sovereign data locally here. Whether it's international or local, it is hosted here. Okay? Let's see. I think that talks to sustainability. Okay, so this is one thing I just wanted to highlight now, what's been happening around open AI infrastructure towards closing out. Let's look at it from left to right. You've had the LLMs, the larger language models. Those things sit where you have the largest possible build out of data centers, efficient power, and so on, right? Incidentally, if you look at cost of power in comparison with other places, sort of 220 naira for band A, right? It's actually on a cent per kilowatt hour basis, pretty competitive. Availability and reliability is the issue, but you can build own captive power infrastructure that builds on gas. Remember that three things I talked about? I talked about power. The whole world is running out of power. it's a great leveler, because people used to say, oh, Africa, you don't have power, reliable power, this, that, and the other. We're all in the same place. We have to figure out how we get our power. Do you know what is really great for Africa, especially like Nigeria, our location? Gas is abundantly available. The other thing that's been happening in the oil and gas industry, it really is, I was at the Nigeria Oil and Gas Conference about 2 weeks ago. The transformation that's happening in that industry is really quite remarkable. Building our gas capability, delivering gas from here, but more importantly, an increasing strategy towards a domestic gas infrastructure. What that means is that we now will have, moving towards availability of gas to generate electricity, to generate captive power, and megawatts of it. Even the UK is now starting to see that leveraging its gas capability, and you all might have heard about all this stuff about North Sea gas, and they've got to build that out, okay? So you see, that's a great leveler for us. Why this can now be the digital infrastructure hub, not just for West Africa, but one that is significantly got the trajectory towards South Africa. Also with a geophysical location advantage of proximity to most countries across Africa and in Europe. One quick one, one point I just remembered is, remember when we had the cable break in around Cote d'Ivoire about two and a half years ago or so now? We have the Equiano cable landing in our data center in Lekki. It happened on a Thursday. We managed, the Equiano was not affected, but we had our capacity available. We cross-connected Nigeria, all of the cables that were broken, through our Equiano capacity in the Lekki data center. Nigeria was running through at our data center at the time, right? Okay. And also it was the only place that had a north to south link to South Africa. So by having that location that we have here, able to concentrate it, we were able, with that geophysical location, to manage data out through to the UK, back and straight down to South Africa, through Cape Town to interconnect back into Joburg. That was the fabric of what we put in place significantly. So it shows the benefits of the geophysical location of Lagos. So those LLMs will happen wherever you have power and the huge data centers. However, we have to build the hyperscale capability here, as I mentioned, that we're building. That allows us to now have the medium to small language models. That's what Honorable Commissioner was talking about. Having our capability of the medium to small language models that brings AI into context. You have global context, you have continental context, you have regional context, and you have national context. And a significant amount of that is happening as we speak. Then you have the sovereign inference level. That inference is what deals with the dynamic requirement of what you need with AI. And it's starting to show up across Africa, right? We're in the conversations of what's happening with the, we know the discussions we're having because of that demand side and the supply side. The key players are now starting to look at it from Europe, from Asia, bringing in what they call these neoclouds and GPU as a service. And there's a tipping point about to happen there. That inference layer is also very highly computive in the way it works, bringing compute to the final side, agentic AI. You see, agentic AI actors is what I call them, right? Is those things that embed AI in what you do. We already have AI is embedded in our phone. So they're stealing more data. The AI in the phone is stealing even more data on behalf of the users. And that's where you bring in the Internet of Things, the artificial intelligence, in many, many type of usage scenarios of agentic actors, at whichever point it is. It might be your tablet, it might be your phone, it might be your IoTs around your house. And that is what gives us that comprehensive view of an AI architecture and how it's happening to us. And there are many things that, you know, impact of that, demand for power, co-location, specialist compute chipsets, And those are all the things that we worry about. I've talked about the power piece in terms of getting the digital in place. And the Future Act outlook is demanding. We've got to make sure that we have the regulatory enablers to make sure that we can build the infrastructure out as quickly as we can. We build more interconnect points that enable the ecosystems that bring the digital infrastructure in place and the right power infrastructure to deliver and allow our future build out. Thank you very much, and it's been a delight to give the keynote here.
Once again, please let's put our hands together for Dr. Ayotunde Koka. Speaking softly but making heavy impact. Thank you. All right, we'd like to, just before we move to what is next, which is the official opening or declaration ceremony, official opening ceremony, like ribbon cutting to be done by the president and his team. We'd like to quickly give presentation plaques to some of our leaders who are here now or that have made presentation. Please, let's get it ready. So, Mr. President, sir, we'd like you to do us the honor of making this presentation to them, please, sir. Thank you. So, first on the list is the Honorable Commissioner for Innovation, Science, and Technology, Lagos State, the first state in Nigeria. Put your hands together for Honorable Olatubosun Alake. Yes. As you know, Honorable Alake is from my state, the best state in Nigeria. Thank you, Honorable Alake. Please, Commissioner's plaque, please. Taiwo. Okay, the President would like the chair of the ICT to join him, Mr. Shegun Okunai. Please, let's join the President here. Thank you, sir. Yes. When it is for the commissioner, it's always heavy. So I need to go and pick it myself. Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you for being here always. We always count on you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Engineer Gbenga Adebayo. Please put your hands together for our ever handsome Engineer Gbenga. Thank you. Please, let's put your hands together for him as he comes up to take his plaques. Taiwo Adepoju, I'm not sure I should come to that place to get this plaque again. Please. Thank you. Bring out after from the case. Thank you. Let's get the Deputy High Commissioner's copy ready. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next is the, thank you, sir. Augusta, please help him with with the case. Yes, next is the Deputy High Commissioner of Canada, represented here today by our brother Godwin Henning. Let's put hands together for him. Please, his plaque. Deputy High Commissioner, please. Thank you, sir. After the Deputy High Commissioner, we'll get ready that of the Dr. Tunde Koka. Please, let's get all of those ready. No. Thank you.
Congratulations, the Canadian in my color.
Thank you, sir. Next, at this point, is Council Member Dr. Ayotunde Koka. Put your hands together for him. Thank you, sir. In the middle.
Yeah, congratulations. That has been my colleague on the trenches for the past 12 years of ICTEL. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, thank you, sir. So, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you, Chair, for doing us this honor. We'd like to move to what is next. And what is next is the official opening ceremony, like ribbon cutting. I believe Bosse and our team should be ready for this. This will be led by the president of the chamber, supported by the chair, Madam DG, and all of our dignitaries present. Thereafter, we'll have an exhibition tour in about 10 minutes. We'll come back to continue what we have, which is the second address to be made by Dr. Stanley Jacobs, President FinTech in Nigeria. So please, let's support the president. The president will lead. Please, Mr. President, sir, the director of membership will lead you and the team to where you cut the ribbon, declare the ICTEL officially open, do the media tour, the exhibition tour for about 5 minutes or 10, then we'll be back to the seat. The team can still sit, you can be on your seat, or if you like to join the president on that tour, is also allowed, but we'll do that in about 10 minutes max, and we'll be back. While that is ongoing, we can have the music going on underneath solemnly as we do this tour. We'll get back in about 10 minutes. Thank you so much. We need to get a microphone across to the president. Yes. Come again.
Yeah, we are hired again to celebrate for another one for the past 12 years. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you.
Good day, sir. How are you? Fine. Sir. Well good day, ma. Well done. Thank you, sir. Sorry, please. Sorry, please. Sorry, please. It's okay. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Excuse me. Sorry, please. Go ahead. Sorry, please. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Good morning, sir. Welcome. Welcome to Zoracom. We are into service automation. All your services, your projects, from survey to implementation. So we automate all the touch points. Make sure that you capture everything from going to survey and mobilizing your engineers to site, and also making sure that when they're on site, you still keep track of what they're doing on site until they implement the project. After implementation as well, our observability solution helps you to keep track of the performance of your IT and telecom equipment. So that's what we at Zoracom, we do to our customers.
Thank you. Keeping us secured.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. So we are Odo ERP Software. So we are partnership with Odo. We simplify investment, both purchases, sales, accounting, expenses in one system. As you can see from here, you can move everything from one go, and you can work all your transactions together in terms of reporting, your finances, your company health. You want to manage your fleets in terms of stock, manufacturing, and anything that relates to your organization. And we can also customize to specifics in terms of how you want it. It can also work with HR, payroll, leads, and projects individually. So that is what Odo does, and is a Belgian company, and majorly works more in Kenya, and we are trying to bring it over to Nigeria also.
Just tell the old people that you power LCCI.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so this is Digital Encode. What we actually major in is cyber security. So we try to prevent cyber attack. We also try to prevent, to help people with vulnerability. So in every organization, especially organizations that does card transactions, so we try to stop that, and it's an end-to-end process that we do. So, and also we try to train staff in organizations, because everybody has to be aware one way or the other that this is happening, because it's not enough for the top people to know, but also we carry the staff along, so that we just don't click on any email that will cause phishing or anything and cause damage to the organization as a whole.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping us secure too.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Karina, and this is FAG Consulting. So we have a... Good morning again. I'm so sorry. My name is Karina, and this is FAG Consulting. So here we are showcasing our virtual business support platform, which is an initiative for small businesses to have access to professional consulting services. So we handle accounting, we do tax, business advisory, everything that pertains to growing small businesses. So we have a platform for that. It's an all-encompassing platform. So a business is able to reach out to us, chat with the consultants, can also request records and also upload documents, different things, just to ensure that their businesses scale. So that's what we do here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Well done.
Sir, here. Okay. Welcome. This is Unitellas International Limited. We offer cloud services, that's infrastructure as a service, in Nigeria. So we help organizations secure their data locally here in Nigeria to meet Nigeria data compliance and security, data compliance and reliability. Thank you.
Well done. Well done.
Sorry, sir. Okay, please.
Good morning, sir. This is Dimension Data. So we are into connectivity and system integration. So every network issue in an organization, we are a one-stop shop. We provide both connectivity, the internet, the data center access, and the network connectivity for every organization.
Thank you. Well done.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good afternoon, sir. All right, so my name is Sam Sidim from Express Payment Solution Company in Nigeria. All right, so we also, have our API. If a company wants to integrate the API to their payment platform, we have a bills payment API for fintechs, for companies. All right, we also mandated by federal government to collect tax on their behalf through NIS. You can also do that. Also have a payout solution for businesses that want to use our platform to collect payment from their customers. So that's all what we do as Express Payments, sir.
Well done. Well done.
Welcome to Sterling. Here at Sterling, we provide affordable funding to different businesses. And we open accounts instantly. We give out free ATM cards. Our account that we call the zero transfer charges account. So any savings account you open is absolutely free. Zero opening balance, zero minimum balance. And then any transfer you do from that account is free of charge. We do not charge for transfer fees and the likes. We also have the zero AMF accounts for individual current account holders.
Thank you, Sterling Bank.
Thank you, sir.
Customer, or we are your customer too. Right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. APNs.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to IPNX Nigeria. This is IPNX Nigeria, our stand. So we provide connectivity across Nigeria, from Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan. I also provide layer 2 services for the banks, for telecoms customers, and the SME customers, and also fiber to the home customers as well. So that's what we do in IPNX Nigeria.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We can feel you here. Thank you for the...
Thank you, sir.
know I used to work for them.
Okay. Mr. President, welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome, ma. This open access data center, we are currently the largest data center brand across Africa with over 38 data centers across Africa. Nigeria happens to be where we have our largest data center of all the regions at the moment. Of course, our CEO is here, and we are always very delighted to be part of LCCI. We are the landing partner for Equiano Cable, which is basically the cable system that saved West Africa, literally speaking, when the 4 cable systems went down some time ago. Our biggest value is to continue to support digital growth, digital innovation, digital infrastructure, working with our partners and all our other partners to continue to add value to the business and the digital economy of Nigeria. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Yes. Well done. And thank you for giving us the access.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. This is our bank, and this is a bank that will pride ourselves in digitalization, right? We've started the first digital bank in Nigeria, in Africa, right? And this is tech partnership specifically enabled with infrastructure that makes payment and collection seamless. Yes, the first digital bank in Nigeria, in Africa, that is surviving. The first and the best digital bank. I can say that anywhere. Right, so we've been able to provide and build digital infrastructure that makes payment very seamless. We have gone over and we have stopped using paperwork. We want to see collection happening in any technology in that sense. It is a bank to bank with. So we are also the guy or the banks that work with the major fintechs outside there. You see 80% of fintechs on our rail, the guys that are doing well, the OPay, the Switch, all the guys that are doing it is because they have a bank backing them up. So we pride ourselves in being the bank for the fintech, the bank for the technology guys, the bank for everybody that wants to build something. So we are here, and we're happy to be here today to discuss the future of innovation and technology. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Wema Bank. We are happy to have you. Thanks, from Agbamangbe to digital.
Exactly.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, interesting. Welcome to Telnet Nigeria Limited. We are an ICT firm. 4 decades. We pride ourselves in providing pioneer solutions from information, communication, and technology. Our solutions trust across different organizations from oil and gas, manufacturing, telecom, financial institution, and government agencies. So we look forward to coming and welcome you more and seeing more further areas of partnership to our esteemed organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tenant. Thank you. Yep.
All right. Thank you so much. TopTech Group stand/City Data. TopTech Group is a company that comprises of TopTech Engineering Limited, Discrete Technology Limited, Afro Resources Limited. For Top Tech Engineering is a system integrator that deals with power solutions, data center solutions, maintenance services, generator services, and consultancy services. Discrete Technology is also a subsidiary of Top Tech Group. We are into power protection, like your lightning protection, surge protection systems. Then we have Afro Resources, also a subsidiary of the group, the infrastructure arm of the group that has to do with IT solutions like your security systems, data protection systems, and others. Then we have City Data. City Data is the arm of Top Tech Group that deals on the colocation services. So in case perhaps you want to collocate, we are available at City Data to provide network services for you. And we also deal on cloud services. So you can also bring up your network devices and we can provide cloud service solutions for you in City Data. Thank you so much for visiting Top Tech Group stand.
Thank you, Top Tech. Thank you very much. Well done.
My name is Olawale Olajupupo. Name of our brand is CFSC Brands. We are into corporate and promotional gift items. So we print, we sew, we brand. We deal mostly with different items, unique items, IT items. We have a power notebook. We have digital box and so on and so forth. So we majorly do printing, corporate and promotional gift items. That's what we do.
Thank you, and you are very classic. Thank you,
sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. You're welcome to our stand. We are AfroShine Global Solutions Company, and we are into IT and IoT solutions. We provide solutions for you such like ERP, IROM, and security surveillance. So many companies like that have been our partner, like Dangote, and then God Grace. We have them as our partner. And we also give services like call centers. If you need a call center within your company, we can provide such solutions to you. A database that can distribute database to all your staffs, we can provide those things to you. Thank you and welcome to us.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Amoni Ajayi. I'm presenting Me1 Solutions by Equinix. Me1 Solutions by Equinix is West Africa leading connectivity and managed service provider. We deliver services like fiber to the home as well as enterprise connectivity connections like the FPLX, IP access, as well as high cap. Then as an Equinix company, we also have data center solutions. We also have cloud services solutions, which provide digital innovation in Nigeria at large, as well as West Africa and globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Equinix Me1, for always being our backbone. Thank you.
Sir. Good to have you.
Okay. Good afternoon. You're welcome to Kampala Hub, where we give you that Afrocentric look. Everything you see here is handmade. They are all handmade. The fabric, the bags made with the fabrics, Ankara Ashoke, Kente, and all of them, and the beaded bags as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
And we have some munchies on the side. Kuli kuli. Tasting is free.
This is Opensite Tech Services Limited. We are into sales of packaging materials and packaging machines.
Thank you. Thank you. I can see security, everything. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so this is ICTEL Cybersecurity, and we have the sister company to be TCOM Concepts Limited. So ICTEL is a sister company to TCOM, and for TCOM, we focus basically on telecoms. That's for the small-scale businesses, and we also have the enterprise solution. So for ICTEL, it's called cybersecurity, from the software solution, the management, and all of that. So that's what we do here, basically. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Debbie. I'm the founder of Logcam. Logcam is an installment payment solution that helps African business owners convert hesitant buyers to committed customers. You reserve the item with a small amount of money, which goes with your economic reality, and you pay the rest over time, and you have the item and the service delivered to you. We have schools using it to pay against September school fees, which makes it easier for parents. We have products that people reserve from hair to university fees, and that's what we do at Logcam. We help make life easier for everyone and combine it with the current economic realities. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, it's space must, or without credit, you don't need to download an app, but it just fits your economic reality.
Definitely we are coming back. Well done.
Yes, and boots can also be sold with it. Thank you.
Well, congratulations.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex. I work on the enterprise team at Fiber One. We also have members of the BMC team here. We sell fiber internet to companies and to residencies too. We sell fiber internet, which is better than radio, better than satellite. So we can supply your companies. Yes, sir.
Well done. The
Yes,
last
sir.
mile.
All right, sir.
Well done.
Please do, please.
Okay. Oh, you said I should speak about my company, and I'm wondering what I want to say about MTN. MTN is everywhere you go, and we are glad to have you here. The harm of MTN here is MTN Business, and basically we cater to the needs of businesses that use MTN. And one of our very important solutions that we're actually pushing out right is MTN Cloud. We know it's much more an AI and tech system. The world is getting digital, and Nigeria is driving a digital economy. So for us, MTN Cloud, the security, generally just digital solutions is what we are driving right now. So we are much more SIM, data, and router. Like everybody knows us, we are much more than that. We are a technology company now, driving digital adoption in Nigeria, and we are glad to have you in our stand.
Well done, MTN. Well done.
Thank you so much.
I think that's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. So, Gafa, take one more.
All right, we say welcome back from the exhibition tour. We had some of our dignitaries proceed to the exhibition ground, take us from stall to see and encourage the participants at the booths. So please, of course, through the event and even afterwards, we can visit the stalls and the booths to make inquiries or even become partners. So that is why we're here, to create sustainable partnerships to broaden the scope of the tech space in Africa. Okay, so now we're going to be moving quickly into the panel session. Now, one of the strengths of this ICTEL Expo has always been bringing different perspectives and industry leaders in one space. So this panel is bringing together leaders across telecom infrastructure, so they get to discuss practical solutions on how to improve connectivity in our dear country, Nigeria, and Africa as well. Okay, so I'm going to be introducing the moderator for this session, who would in turn introduce the amazing panelists that will be kickstarting this first panel session. And this panel session is speaking on broadband, fiber, and telecom infrastructure, solving Nigeria's connectivity gap. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome the moderator for this session, Mr. Seun Oluboyo, the Chief Tech Architect of IPNX. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward to moderate such fiery conversation with our industry leaders. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward. Lovely. A tech applause, please. Are we tired? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our first panel. So joining me here, please, I would like to invite Mr. Oluseyi Lala, the Divisional CEO Business, IPNX Nigeria. Please, another round of applause as it comes up. Okay. Good afternoon. Okay, next we have Mr. Obinna Adumike, Head Converge Digital Infrastructure. I can't read this. Do we have Obinna Adumike? No? Okay, next is Mr. Awakalu, Head Business Development Fixed Broadband MTN. No. Oh. Okay. Okay. So, I guess is not complete. Okay. All right, here we go. Okay, thank you. So coming up is Mr. Awakalu, Head Business Development, Fixed Broadband MTN. Good afternoon. Thank you. Okay, so our session is titled Broadband, Fiber, Telecom Infrastructure, Solving Nigeria's Connectivity Gap. I'll start with a brief. So Nigeria has made remarkable progress in digital adoption, yet millions of citizens and businesses remain without reliable broadband connectivity. As artificial intelligence, cloud computing, fintech, digital education, and Industry 4.0 become mainstream, broadband infrastructure is no longer a luxury. It is the foundation of economic competitiveness. Today's discussion explores how Nigeria can accelerate broadband deployment, close the digital divide, attract investment, and build resilient telecom infrastructure capable of supporting Africa's digital future? So my first question, please, to all the panelists, the both of you. Nigeria's broadband penetration has improved, yet connectivity remains uneven. What do you consider the single biggest obstacle preventing universal broadband access?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for organizing this event, and thank you for inviting MTN. Like you've said, we've made advances in terms of digital solutions and digital infrastructure across the country, but something is still very clear. We're in a market where investment in telecom infrastructure is at a premium. The cost of investment is still very high. Basically, around the issue of, we know how it is with our power supply systems. Power is a problem in Nigeria. Right of way is also a big problem for the industry. I know there was a time that NCC tried to work with the state governments to have a uniform right of way permit fee, but as of today, less than 10 states are actually implementing that. So we see that bottleneck in terms of regulation around right of way. And also, when you talk about expanding connectivity to rural areas, the fact that these are low dense environments, the less dense an environment, the more you spend, whether it's a mobile base station or a fiber last mile, it's still going to cost you more. So these are some of the limitations we are still trying to find a way around. For MTN, we've made heavy investments in taking fiber to businesses and homes, just to bridge that digital gap, and also bridge the fact that a lot of investment needs to go into this space. So it's majorly the economics around connectivity, infrastructure costs, cost of power. When you are going further into the rural areas, even the cost goes higher because of densification issues. So those are really the issues. Thanks.
Thank you. Shay?
Okay, just to add to what he said, I think one of the biggest problems, just like he said, is the cost of building broadband services. If you go back to where we started from, the initial challenge had to do with coverage. But over the years, we've been able to, kind of surmount that. Our broadband penetration is still above, 55%, even though the target is 70%. So we're overcoming that. But if you now look at the breakdown of the cost of providing the service, just like he said, in terms of cost of power, in terms of multiple taxations, and the way we've structured it, it's actually more expensive to go to some areas, because from a commercial perspective, you would rather go to areas where the revenue is assured, which is the urban cities and all that. But to go into the hinterlands and into rural areas, it's relatively expensive. So I think it's the cost of setting up and building the broadband infrastructure that's one of our biggest problems.
Thank you. So we've been joined by Obina Adomike. He's the head of Convert Digital Infrastructure Africa at OADC. The question is, Nigeria's broadband penetration has improved, yet connectivity remains uneven. What do you consider the single biggest obstacle preventing universal broadband access?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I must apologize for everyone for joining late. It was a last-minute decision for me to be here. I wasn't originally planned to join this panel. Yeah. So, in open access data center and past history of my employment, I have always focused on connectivity and managing interconnectivity partners from international submarine, down terrestrial, and all of that. And my biggest observation is that when you look at the Nigerian broadband growth, I think Because, and again, it's not a problem, it's just geography. Because submarine cables land in coastal areas, the clusters within that submarine cable tends to grow fantastically well. Okay. And most statistics and measurements are taken within that geography. In our situation, Lagos, and very soon Waibo, with the 2 Africa cable landing there. However, the realistic situation is when you step away or further away from the submarine cable landing point, then the reality stares you in the face, right? And in Nigeria's situation, again, it's a geography problem because Nigeria is big to start with. And everybody, since the submarine cable carries almost 99.9% of internet capacity in the world today, Nigeria inclusive, someone who is in Sokoto, Adamawa, Umuahia, Ekiti, will have no choice but to travel all the way back to Lagos. This is, what do you call it now? Internet access wise. I don't mean getting on a car and coming to Lagos, you know, to be able to access the internet. What that also means is that we have to build infrastructure from Lagos terrestrially all the way to these locations, contending with issues of security, contending with issues of cost of building, like you mentioned, of building that infrastructure. It takes a lot of money to lay fiber cables. A kilometer of fiber cable costs a lot, you know. And then you also have to contend with the Land Use Act that, of course, gives all the lands to the government. What it means, you have to deal with every single government you encounter as you build that infrastructure. Then you also have to contend with the cost of IT equipment, which predominantly are imported today in Nigeria. Yes. And that's why I was very excited when the Honorable Commissioner spoke earlier. You know, how they work with UNILAG for research and development and all. These are things you don't usually get here. So when you look at all of these factors, you realize that, look, why the broadband landscape, when you picture it from Lagos, might look fantastic, realistically speaking, and thank God Teme knows, because which is most internet access today is still heavily on the mobile network operators. If you go on pure broadband, which is fiber to home as is expected, we still have a long way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I've heard from all three of you is that we have had challenges that are largely economic, the cost of providing service, and then things like security, right of way, and other things like that. Thank you very much for that. So my next question now, Nigeria has invested billions in fiber infrastructure. Why do so many communities still remain unconnected? I would want Kalu to start with that.
Okay. I think it just follows through from the first question. Why are so many communities still not connected? Just like we've said, it still starts with your submarine cables. That is where the capacity is. And you need to take it from there to the communities. Now, as you move away from city areas, the city area, you leverage the economies of scale around density. The city areas give you density, so you can leverage economies of scale and deploy more for less. But as you move away from the city areas, the density begins to thin out. And when it starts thinning out, like you say, the regulatory environment here is also not uniform. As you move in from state-controlled environments to federal, to local government, and even to some instances, we've seen instances where even communities, be they gated communities or estates, are all placing demands, right? Financial demands on the business. This still feeds back to your cost of investment. And you have to transfer that to the consumer at the end of the day. So if the business model for taking fiber to the less densified area doesn't change anytime soon, then that problem persists. Just recently, there was a new policy around fiber equipment where the tariff for fiber equipment have increased by, I think, 35%. That started this July. That is still putting more pressure on achieving broadband penetration in Nigeria. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, my next question is to Sheyi. Nigeria's broadband target Nigeria's broadband plan targets national broadband access. What more needs to happen?
Okay, so in terms of the target, right, we set a target of 70% in terms of where we need to be. And as at Q1, we're sitting at about 55%. And I think the president also mentioned that in his speech. We've come a long way, right? But we still need to do a bit more to get to the point where the quality of the broadband services is high. Like I mentioned when I started, like a lot of our challenges started from coverage, but we've been able to overcome that to a large extent. Now we're getting to a point where users are getting more advanced in terms of the broadband services, and they are now demanding for quality, demanding for reliability. Dr. Coker mentioned affordability. So it's becoming top of mind for consumers, right? So for us in the industry, one of the things that we also need to do is to start to collaborate more in getting, just like he mentioned, we start out from the cable landing station, we're building that into the hinterlands, but commercially, right, it makes more sense in terms of revenue to still stay in urban areas. But because, just like he said, once the density starts to thin out, the cost is more expensive to get to, those gated communities and the rural areas. So I think the first thing we need to do is to collaborate more. Dr. Coker also mentioned, the open access strategy. We need to get to that. We have to get to a point where we collaborate to get into those spaces. And then our competition should be more of the product and services, quality of customer experience, quality of the service, rather than competing along the lines of, okay, how many people have dug fiber through this route? If one person has done it, then we should collaborate to actually use that in terms of access to now get us into the hinterlands and increase that penetration starts.
Thank you very much. That dovetails neatly into my next question, which is to Obi now. Should Nigeria continue duplicating fiber infrastructure or encourage shared networks?
The answer is straightforward from me, because I have been, for the longest of time, an advocate of shared infrastructure. There is nothing wrong in building infrastructure. If you can afford it, if it makes business sense, please go ahead and build. But rather than encourage monopoly, encourage restricted access and all of that, shared infrastructure solves that and creates easier access to expansion into many localities. So that's what we really should be advocating at this point in time. And I also think that our regulators should actually be the biggest champions of shared infrastructure, because if there has to be a central point of trust among people that share. So if we are both competing, there has to be a non-competing entity who sits in the middle and becomes the advocate, just make sure that there is a balance in that, which is what we lack at the moment, because when you engage players, they're happy to share, they're happy to discuss, they're happy to engage, but there has to be a neutral ground. So it's either we have entities, non-profit entities that suddenly become these advocates for shared infrastructure, the unifying and the rallying point, or it falls back to the regulators to do this. And then also help check marks like what the right of way and all of those. But shared infrastructure is the way to go.
Okay, so a quick follow-up question. So what kind of infrastructure can be shared?
In terms of infrastructure sharing, again, it's in the word infrastructure. Mostly physical infrastructure like fiber cable, duct access, things like that. I know that in some parts of Europe, there are different models that are used depending on as you travel through Europe. Some locations you have things like open ducts, then anyone can just run their fiber system across it. We have some where they have bundled, so if there is a joint investment where huge chunk of fiber is laid, and each provider takes a pair or 2 pairs and things like that to actually do their business. Meanwhile, the overall investment is actually shared by everyone. And to start with, this is not an invention that is just coming out today. Majority of the submarine cable infrastructure today run on joint venture partnership. So it exists, it's already working. Yeah. It's just to copy it and replicate.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, next question, we'll go to Carlo again. So how can Nigeria attract more private investment into broadband infrastructure?
Okay, we are all clear that we still have deficit in terms of broadband infrastructure. Just like my colleague said, 55% penetration. We still have another 45% to go. So clearly there's a market for it. I think where the challenge is more around regulatory confidence in the market. So we've talked a lot about regulatory issues here. We've talked about right-of-way, no uniform policy around right-of-way. We've talked about even our forex. The stability of the forex is also a challenge. We've talked about even the disposable income, right? If you don't have enough people who could afford the service at the current price points, and you don't have a way of bringing down that cost lower to a level where you can bring in more people into that environment, it becomes a challenge. So there's a whole lot of policy advocacy from our end, and there's a whole lot of regulatory issues that government needs to sort out to give those investors the confidence to come in, knowing fully well that when they come in, the rules are very clear, the rules are not gray, it doesn't change depending on where you go, and then people, because basically broadband is a long-term investment. It's not short-term, it's very long-term, and so you need to be sure that that economy is going to be stable in the long term for you to recover your profits.
Thank you. So investors need predictability, they need standards, they need a stable environment. Great response. To Sheyi now, rural broadband remains commercially unattractive. What practical solutions exist? What can we do to make that doable?
Okay, so in terms of penetrating, the rural areas, like we mentioned earlier, because of the cost dynamics in terms of, the geography and, the number of people in that area, densification and all that, that's the reason why it's a bit more expensive, from an investor side to be able to get into those places. But there are technologies that are already available to allow you to get into those places. So for example, if you look at power, there are energy solutions, green solutions that can be deployed to ensure that even if grid power is not there, there's still some form of energy source that can power the equipment. There are solutions in and around means of connectivity using satellite. Instead of waiting until fiber gets there, there's still a possibility of using satellite technology, low Earth orbit solutions that can still allow connectivity to get to those places. So it's a mixture. You can't just sit and wait for one technology to to mature to get you there, but you have to look at the different solutions from a technology standpoint that enables a cost-effective way of providing broadband services even in those rural areas. So it's a mixture of technology that needs to be looked at.
Thank you. So I just want to make one point very clear. So with fiber and satellite, it's not either or.
No, it's complementary. You can't take one and leave the other. You have to go, into the market together and work on how, on the best way, or best solution that customers can use. So it's not either or; they are complementary. They have to go together.
Thank you. Okay, my next question to Obina now. Okay, please go ahead.
Just to add to what he's saying, one other thing that could help is the shared infrastructure thing we are talking about. Because what shared infrastructure does for you is that it reduces your cost of investment. Rather than you going the whole hog, doing everything, the fiber, the equipment, the regulatory, if there's a policy that guides, open access, then we can pool funds together and maybe at different value chains, we can decide to, okay, you play here, I play here, I play here, and take that service to the rural area and be able to drop, because one, you need to be sure that when you take it there, it's at a price point that people can afford. So the open access thing will also help in taking broadband to rural areas.
Great point. And about shared infrastructure, you said if there is a policy, is it possible for the industry itself to come together and suggest something?
Okay. Yes, yeah, it's possible. And I know we're advocating that. I see my guy there. I'm sure he can speak to that because he's really been advocating. And like he said, in a game, there has to be a referee. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there has to be a referee. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So, Obina, do you want to add to that?
Yeah. Although I have a bit of a different perspective, it makes sense that broadband infrastructure gets everywhere, but it doesn't sound realistic based on everything that we just talked about. As a business, as a connectivity provider, if it doesn't make business sense, it doesn't make business sense. There are no emotions to it. It's not about being patriotic. It's because it doesn't make economic sense. That is where usually the government comes in, because it's the job of government to absorb those non-economically sensible positions. I'm trying to coin a phrase to support that. So you go to a community of, let's say, mostly elderly people who are largely not educated. The economic situation there is very low. The purchasing power of, and then the economics is really not supporting having a broadband infrastructure there. Why do I want to spend millions of naira to run a fiber cable there? It doesn't make sense. So that is where the umpire becomes the government. Because the part of the government, the responsibility of the government is to provide for those people who live in those communities outside of the business angle to that conversation. So it's the job of the government to now identify players who don't mind going into those locations if you can caution the effect of going in there to do business. Okay. What do you need for you to go into this location? Okay, we don't mind. We'll take the cost of investing in the fiber into those locations. You pay us over this period if that must be recovered. It's not every cost that government spend must be recovered. But for a private business owner, every cost I spend must be recovered. That is the difference. So if these factors are not taken into consideration, then realistically speaking, every village don't have to have a broadband infrastructure.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying. So you're saying there's a social component to this.
Exactly.
So how about non-governmental organizations, donor organizations, philanthropic organizations? Do you think they can also be a part of this?
Exactly. So that is where the way we do business here is now a bit different, and the way we see CSR is now a bit different. So usually, at least I know that for a fact that in Rwanda, for example, there is actually a partnership between the government of Rwanda and MIT and another US university. What are they doing? They're basically looking outside of the tier 1 cities of Rwanda. They look around it, identify what it takes to actually extend broadband infrastructure into those locations. Mostly because Rwanda is a mountainous country, it costs a lot of money to run fiber. These institutions do the research, and then they involve non-governmental entities that actually fund, mostly DFIDs, who fund that infrastructure on the back of private entities. The same thing can happen here. It's very possible.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so next question to Kalu. What role should state governments play in broadband expansion?
Okay, I think the role is very clear. State governments are more like regulators because they are government and they have the power to regulate. So, like he said, they can regulate in form of providing incentives. They can incentivize businesses to take broadband to underserved areas, right? They can also help in the area of regulating right-of-way fees in such a way that it makes commercial sense, it makes business sense. For the states that have decided to do away with right-of-way fees, we have seen, for MTN, for example, we've seen a lot of our fiber projects happening in those spaces. There are a few states. We have in the north, there's a state in the north central, and there's another state in the east. Because that automatically really drops down your capex cost. You don't have an excuse not to make those investments. So that's where the states can play that role, provide incentives, make the right of way affordable, and they can also partner with businesses. I know there was a time Lagos State was talking about smart cities and smart schools. Those are areas where state governments can play a role in deepening broadband penetration in their communities.
Thank you for that. Okay, next question to Shay. How serious is fiber vandalism to network reliability?
Okay, so I mean that's a critical thing because, again, remember when I started, I was talking about the evolution in terms of our biggest challenge, right? And currently, you see that a lot of the consumers are focused more on the reliability and usability of the service, and also affordability, right? Now, for every fiber cut that happens, you are denying service to the end user. And if I remember the stats correctly, last year it was close to almost 20,000 cuts that we had, an average of like 53 per day. Now, every denial, every cut, denies service to, an end user. And I think it was Dr. Kuka that was taking us back to 2024 when that internet outage happened. You get to see how digital services, broadband services has been incorporated into the lives of, citizens. Because every transaction, everything you do now requires broadband service, whether you're, transferring money, you're, watching a movie for entertainment, or, trying to, talk to your friends and family, everything rides on that broadband service. So when there is an outage, you have actually the cost is high because you have disconnected the service that people are relying on for their daily life. I think there's a slogan from one of the MNOs that says that data is life. That's exactly what has happened now. So you can imagine, a typical case in an hospital where they're relying on connectivity, where they're performing surgery, and then there's a fiber cut, and that service is disconnected. The life of the patient on the table is at risk. So the cost is huge depending on the different perspective, that you look at it.
Thank you. Kyle, can you add to that?
Yes, there is this popular advert, I won't name it's a fintech service where they pride themselves in the speed of transaction. All that cannot happen without a backbone fiber network that is up all the time. Because really, as digitization advances, what it pulls out is there are more applications that are mission critical. They cannot tolerate latencies, certain level of latencies, and they require very large bandwidth. And that's only you can only deliver that when you have a fiber broadband. So really, it's utility. Broadband has become utility. That's the message we preach to communities when we're trying to get into those communities to expand our network. We tell them, start treating broadband like you treat your power, like you treat your water, like you treat everyday utility, because that is what really it has become. I don't know if any of us can really survive without our phones working for an hour. And it's all because of the power of a robust broadband network. Thanks.
Thank you. Obina, let's hear your thoughts.
I think they've basically said it all.
Yeah.
Because Open Access Data Center is also an affiliate of WIOC Network. And WIOC Network is the largest upstream provider in Nigeria at the moment. So we see from the top what this looks like. When Dr. Kuka mentioned the fiber cable, the 4 cable, submarine cable cuts of 2004, that day, just to share a bit of experience, that day, everybody for 24 hours became friends. There was no competition. There was, people were ready to give whatever it takes to restore services. People you were calling just days before to come, let's have a conversation, suddenly are available for conversations.
Yeah.
You know, flights were getting cancelled because they need to go back and solve problems. What was driving all of that? Client experience suddenly went from 100 to almost 0. People are calling you because they can't do transfers. Imagine that someone has had an accident, as we do here in Nigeria. The person has been taken to hospital, and they say, sorry, we can't trade this guy until you get the deposit of XYZ. And you have the money, you just can't pay. Because it's all dependent on the internet. You know, we can go on and on and on and on, but this is an era that have come to stay, and there is almost nothing we can do about it. Data is life.
Yeah. So it is very evident here that data is life, and we cannot afford. So it's very expensive, these costs that we're having.
Yes, these costs are very expensive. And that's actually something I think someone should be looking into at this point. What is the economic impact of fiber cuts? And I'm assuming the reason why NCC collects that data is to do this analysis. I'm assuming, I don't know, I don't work for NCC. But when you look at it from my perspective as a DC operator, what I see are my partners, IPNX, MTN, all of these guys who are not able to service their clients, and then they have SLAs to maintain and all of that. But beyond that, to a service provider, an internet service provider, again, you have an SLA to maintain. And you can keep extending that risk, that problem, until you get to the final end user. That's when you realize that there is someone who is not worried about the physical monetary cost, but life could be dependent on it.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so I have a general question to all three of you. If each of you could recommend one policy that would immediately improve broadband deployment, what would it be?
Okay, so if you look at the totality of our discussions so far. Sorry? Oh, okay.
Okay, Tom.
All right, so if you look at the totality of our discussions, I think the major thing that we need to look at is policies that allows the reduction in the cost of providing broadband services. So we mentioned about the states, right? And you mentioned some states that have essentially waived the right of way fees. Those are the things that we need to kind of put together, that we have something predictable, like a national right of way fee that is the same across board, instead of what we have right now that is not too predictable, because you go to a different state, they have different values and all of that. I think that would be one of the major things that we need to kind of look at to reduce that cost. And once that cost is reduced, then broadband services can be more affordable to our customers.
Okay.
So I think for me it's more of a policy around open access. Because like I said, open access is really going to drive down costs. You don't have to duplicate capital, you don't have to duplicate infrastructure, you can deliver more for less. So I think for me, not just at infrastructure level, even open access around even data centers and all that. So open access policy will really help.
Thank you. Obina?
So I think it's beyond one policy, honestly. For example, actually we need a town hall meeting to discuss our future as a country in terms of digital infrastructure. I don't see why a research student, I'm taking this all away from what we are talking, a research student, a PhD student, or any research student who is in this field should be paying school fees. Industries, manufacturers who come in here to manufacture switches and DWDMs and all of that should have a landing ground to be able to do business. Tariffs on IT equipment should be going down, not going up. We can go on and on and on and on and on. There must be a closure of the gap between our academic institutions and the industry. This event should have final year students seated somewhere here listening to this conversation because they are the future of the industry. I don't know if it is a policy from Ministry of Education or from who, but it's beyond one policy. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, distinguished panel. We have a contribution. Yes, sir. Please, can we get a mic to him?
Thank you so very much for allowing me. I must thank the panelists for the very brilliant interventions. We've listened very carefully to all that has been said, and I commend all four of you for the brilliant conversation, particularly for those who are on the field. For the three of you on this side, you've spoken from experience. I just have a few interventions that I think we must take note of. First is on the consequence management for infrastructure damage. I think we should come to a regime where there are significant prices to be paid when there is willful damage to our infrastructure. That's about the only way by which we can minimize those occurrences. So if there will be an outcome from this conversation today, part of what we should be recommending is consequence management for willful damage of infrastructure. Whether it is in seizure of access to site, whether it's in the destruction of the fiber cable, someone must pay a price when those things happen. The second is on the issue of open access. I struggle to conclude how that should go. Open access can mean build and give it to others to use, or build and give other people access to it. But nothing is free. Even in the religion circle, when they say salvation is free, Christ paid for it by death on the cross of Calvary. So nothing is free. So if somebody needs to benefit from open access, there must be equal contribution from all players. So if I have fiber from Lagos to Benin, and you have from Benin to Ilorin, I can give you access to the one I have from Lagos to Benin. You give me access to the one I have from Ilorin to Lagos. That's about the only way we can be equal. Otherwise, it will lead to some form of disadvantage for those who are the early players when new players come on board. And like we all know, it is the new players that often cause the disruption due to innovations. So that's something that I think we need to begin to think about. The last point is on this high cost of rights of way. I think the time has come when we need to look at our national tariff plan again. So I say that there are areas where there are significantly high costs of providing services. Why should callers from their subscribers pay as little or as more as those in areas that are friendly? So if cost of deployment of way your infrastructure in your state is extremely high, it must be reflective on the tariff that people from there pay. By that, we don't go to this preaching of telling the governors, please give right to please. Let them charge as high as they wish to charge, but let it be reflected in the tariff that the people pay when they make calls from those jurisdictions. Then the practice will stop. Thank you.
Thank you for that, sir. So I think we can take one or two questions from the audience if we have any. Okay. We have two.
So please, the question, just straight to the answer. My name is John. My question is, so that we can manage time, we need to go for lunch.
Okay. My name is Ayodele Afolabi. My question is about the speakers talk about the affordability for the provider. What are the provisions in place for affordability for consumers? Because without the consumer, no matter what is produced, then it's of no use without the consumer making good use of it. So what are the provisions in place for making the services affordable for the consumers?
Thank you, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Promise, and I've heard Shay talked about the measure of cybersecurity. But my question here is, what cybersecurity measures are being implemented to protect the young class people, middle class, and the old class? Permit me to use that word. All right, from all of these online scams, the data breaches, and AI-driven cyber threats.
Thank you. So,
Okay, so in terms of our cybersecurity strategies, it has to be multi-level. And I think one of the first things is what we're looking at in terms of keeping our data within the country in terms of data sovereignty, because that is very key. I think during Dr. Coker's presentation, you could see that a lot of the AI models, the large language models, are sitting outside the country, right? And the best way for us is to actually kind of bring it in country, have that data sovereignty within our own geographical space, and then start to look at educating people in terms of being aware of a lot of the cybersecurity players and threat actors out there. So there's some level of education and awareness that needs to be put in place across the different spectrum that you mentioned, whether it is someone that is digital native or those that are still kind of very new to digital services. And I'll give you a typical example. Your typical application like OPay, right, comes with some form of cybersecurity measures to ensure that when you're doing your transfer, it is a transfer that is done from the right account to the right person that you're trying to transfer to, using either biometrics or, some form of authentication, that allows you to verify that this is the person that has done the transaction. So I think the first one has to do with keeping our data within our own geographical space, and also education in terms of, literacy, to kind of teach people about the things that you can do to ensure that you don't fall into some of this, cyber threats and, the threat actors that are doing cyber stuff around. I think that would be the first thing for me in terms of the policies on cybersecurity.
Okay, on the cost to consumers, we all know that the final price the final consumer pays, it's dependent on a lot of factors, including the cost of delivering that service to the consumer. And that is part of what this whole conversation is all about, is being able to provide functional and effective broadband service to the consumer, which the consumer can actually consume and pay for. And when we start implementing these suggestions that have been flying around at different events and fora and so on and so forth, it starts to bring down the cost of broadband generally for everybody. If you go into a location where it's one service provider who have spent millions of dollars to provide that digital infrastructure there, the person have to do the maths to recover his money. It's basic principle of business. But when we all collaborate together, provide shared infrastructure, have the effective enablement from governments and all of that stuff, the cost of providing that infrastructure starts to go down. Like those of us in the data center space that provide colocation services and all of that, the biggest reason clients come to us is not because they can't build data center. It's not rocket science, but they recognize the importance of be sitting in a shared facility where all of us can come together, contribute money, and bring down the cost of providing services. And this all now tends to make costs more effective to consumers. As a person, I'm not an advocate of fixing prices, because when you fix prices, do you fix the cost of providing the service that leads to that price in the first place? So all of this, at the end of the day, leads to actually making costs more effective to consumers. The easiest solution for the government to subsidize, but you know how that conversation goes in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, so for us in MTN, the whole discussion is not just about what government needs to do to create an enabling environment for businesses. We also have models where we are working with our partners to see how we can subsidize, how we can reduce the cost of equipment, because we know when the cost of equipment also speaks to the capex for delivering the service. So those reductions in costs of equipment are things that we still offer back to the consumer in terms of subsidized services. We know for fiber to the home business that we are doing now, we are aggressively rolling out fiber to the home in communities across the country. In some of those instances, we have a model where we offer you the installation at no cost, right? You just pay for subscription, and then when you pay for subscription, we come deliver the service to you. We connect you to the fiber, and it's at no cost. Just pay for your subscription fee. But what we are all saying, it's still not enough. The government still has a critical role to play in driving down the cost of investments. And then that can also help drive down the price points at which you offer these services to consumers. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you all. Very interesting conversation. Please, a round of applause for our panel. Okay.
Thank you so much. Please let's celebrate this amazing panel for such a robust conversation. Please let's put our hands together for them as they leave the stage. Thank you so much. All right, so we've been feeding our minds and our intellect so far, and I think it's about time we feed our bellies. So we're about to go for our lunch break for about 20 minutes. So please, let's do it in an orderly manner. We would have the dignitaries will be led to the green room for their own lunch. And those of us on this part of the room, there's a serving point at this point. So please, we would orderly get our meals from this area, while those of us seated at the other end of the room would get our food from that serving area. And of course, this period is also one where you can network, meet with people, and take a look at the stands that are exhibiting different products. We will be back in about 15-20 minutes. So please enjoy your lunch.
Thank you so much, Osare. Mr. President, sir, we'd like you to do us the honor of being in this photograph. It's important that you are with the panel, so you will be in the middle. Yes, I was going to force the chairman of ICTEL Group to join us, but he's here naturally. So no need for force. Mr. President, sir. So, as announced, immediately after the picture, the dignitaries will follow the president to the green room for the lunch. Then, the two rows here, you have your lunch here. This other two rows, you have your lunch at the other hand. Thank you so much. See you after the lunch. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
We see it swiftly, securely, intelligently. But by itself, money has no meaning. Until ingenuity turns it into solutions. Compassion turns it into a gift. And curiosity into innovation. With it, passion and dreams build incredible things. Belief builds possibilities, even the future itself. Connection reminds us how to be human. How to stay human. At InterSwitch, we don't just move money. We keep people living. So that when it matters the most, you don't lose out on the moments. InterSwitch. Never stop.
Strategy for Nigeria's future. We call it HEART. Health,
education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transportation. These are the areas where smart investments can unlock the most progress for Nigeria and where the right investments can raise our nation's vital signs. We've supported the deployment of 300 smart diagnostics Ilera Eco Boats, and we're using drones to deliver medical supplies. We've also funded a 1.2 billion naira maternity facility where 720 safe births have already occurred, and with a 1 billion naira health workers fund, we've supported 10,000 medics at crucial points. All of this contributes to 1.9 million more Nigerians having access to safer primary health care. With EduBrand, more than 5,000 students are staying in school. We've invested over 10 billion naira in education, trained hundreds of school leaders across 12 cities, and opened career paths for nearly 1,000 software engineers. We've also created a 2 billion naira scholarship fund for undergraduates. Now that's commitment. For Sterling, education isn't charity. It is the literal engine of innovation. In just 5 years, we have poured in 500 million naira into agriculture. Through Sway Adfin, we have financed 25,000 farmers, 40% of which are women and 70% of whom are youth. Through our CBEX blockchain platform, we have traded over 3 billion naira worth of commodities. And all of this together has contributed to over 500,000 jobs. Sterling has committed over 15 billion naira into renewable energy. On our Imperial platform alone, we have financed 2.83 billion naira into solar power, lights up hundreds of homes and businesses with clean energy. Even our headquarters, Sterling Tower, is now certified. When it comes to hearts, we're definitely showing our workings. To learn more about our heart strategic focus, visit sterling.ng/heart.
Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face to face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections, your business becomes part of the future of trade and investment in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market, or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below or contact the numbers displayed on the screen. 090-761-32249. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lillian.obedo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your booth today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you. Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face to face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections, your business becomes part of the future of trade and investment in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market, or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below or contact the numbers displayed on the screen. 090-761-32249. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lillian.ogbedubo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your boots today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you. Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face to face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections, your business becomes part of the future of trade and investment in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market, or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below or contact the numbers displayed on the screen. 090-761-32249. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lillian.ogbedubo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your boots today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you. Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face to face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections, your business becomes part of the future of trade and investment in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market, or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below or contact the numbers displayed on the screen. 090-761-32249. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lillian.obwedubo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your boots today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you. Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face-to-face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections, your business becomes part of the future of trade and investment in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market, or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below, or contact the numbers displayed on the screen. 090-761-32249. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lillian.obedo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your booth today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you. Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face-to-face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections, your business becomes part of the future of trade and investment in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market, or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below, or contact the numbers displayed on the screen. 090-761-32249. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lillian.obedo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your booth today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you. Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face-to-face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections, your business becomes part of the future of trade and and investments in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market, or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below, or contact the numbers displayed on the screen. 090-761-32249. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lillian.obedubo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your boots today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you. Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face-to-face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections, your business becomes part of the future of trade and investment in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market, or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below, or contact the numbers displayed on the screen. 090-761-32249. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lillian.obedubo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your boots today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you. Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face-to-face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections, your business becomes part of the future of trade and investment in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market, or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below, or contact the numbers displayed on the screen. 090-761-32249. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lillian.obedubo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your boots today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you. Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face to face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections, your business becomes part of the future of trade and investment in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market, or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below, or contact the numbers displayed on the screen. 090-761-32249. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lillian.obedo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your booth today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you. Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face to face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections, your business becomes part of the future of trade and investment in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market, or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below, or contact the numbers displayed on the screen. 090-761-32249. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lillian.obedo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your booth today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you.
All right. I think we can begin to wrap up with our lunch so we can get back to the conference. So please, let's start to wrap up with our lunch and come back into the conference area.
Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face to face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates.
All right, we're about to begin the second leg of the first day of the ICTEL EXPO. So please let us quickly wrap up with our lunch and get seated for the rest of the conference. We still have a few keynote addresses as well as some other panel sessions that are still ahead. So please let's get seated and prepared for the next wing of today's event. Thank you.
Contact us using the email address lillian.obwedubo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your boots today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you. Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face to face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections, your business becomes part of the future of trade and investment in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market, or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below or contact the numbers displayed on the screen. 090-761-32249. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lillian.obwedubo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your boots today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you. Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation.
Right, thank you so much. Please, we'd like to have the second session for the day. Please, let's turn down the music. Let the music volume go down, please. Can we have the music turned down? Who's there? Is anyone there? The music, the volume. All right, thank you so much. We now have the president and chairman of council seated with us for the second session. We also have the next speaker. What we don't have, it's majority of us are still standing behind. We like us to please sit down. The third row, please, we have a lot of our people standing up. We will have time for networking and business sessions pretty later, so we can go to what is next. Thank you. We like everyone to be back in the hall. I'm told few of our people are still at the exhibition stands. Please let's make our way to the hall so that we can go to what is next. The day is fast spent. So we'll have with us for the third keynote address today, from data centers to digital sovereign, building Nigeria's trusted data infrastructure for the AI economy. With us is Professor Niran Oluwaranti, Professor of Computer Science and Engineering at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Put your hands together for Professor Niran as he takes us on this journey.
After a very sumptuous meal, I thought I was going to rest a little and let the food do what the food needs to do around the body. But I have to be here, and this is the reason why we are here. Sorry, I do not really have, because I was expecting it to be a talk. I would like to start by saying a very big thank you to the President, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the person of Engineer Adile Kupolui. It's nice meeting you today. It's really a pleasure having time to discuss with you. It's really good. Thank you very much. The Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the Chamber, the chairman of and members of the LCC ICT sector group, distinguished representative of government, regulatory institutions, captain of industry, technology entrepreneurs, members of the academic and research community, development partners, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure, it gives me a great honor to address this distinguished gathering of the 12th edition of the LCC ICTEL EXPO conference. I sincerely appreciate the Lagos Chambers of Commerce and Industry for this invitation and for sustaining a credible platform where government, industry, academia, investors, young innovators can engage in meaningful thought about Nigerian digital future. The theme of this conference, African Next Tech Frontier, building, securing, scaling digital prosperity, is timely and compelling. Africa's digital conversation is now moving from beyond access, mobile application, fintech, to infrastructure beneath them. We must ask not only whether Nigerians can access digital services, obviously we can, and has been presented by so many speakers, but we also need to ask where these services are hosted, where Nigerians' data are stored, and the processing done to them, whose law governs the system, who controls the computing infrastructure, and where the resulting economic value is captured. The central theme of my argument today is simple. Nigeria cannot become a leading artificial intelligence economy without its data, computing power, infrastructure, and the trust framework remains substantially dependent on systems over which we do not have control. Digital sovereignty, when we're talking around digital sovereignty, I was listening to Dr. Coker and the other presenters, and I was like, do they have access to my presentation, or was it something like, because the theme is really around the same system. So we want to talk about, I want to focus on digital sovereignty. So digital sovereignty is therefore not an abstract political slogan. It is a practical capacity to make informed choices concerning our data, infrastructure, security, technological development, and economic interest. When a citizen uses a banking app, access an electronic medical record, or interact with an artificial intelligence system, the experience appears immediate, yet behind it is a complex chain. Electricity powers the system, connectivity transmits the data, servers preserve information, computing resources process requests, cloud platform coordinates services, cybersecurity mechanism protects them, while the law and institution determines how information may be collected, processed, and secured. The visible part of the digital economy may be the application, but the invisible foundation is the infrastructure. Just as a modern city cannot function without road, electricity, water, security, and governance, a digital economy cannot function cannot function sustainably on applications alone. Artificial intelligence also runs on more than just algorithm. Algorithm without data cannot learn. Data without storage cannot be preserved. Stored data without computing capacity cannot be transformed into intelligence. Computing system without reliable energy cannot operate. And power system without effective governance cannot be trusted. The AI economy therefore rests on 5 connected assets: energy, connectivity, data, computing, power, and trust, similar to what Dr. Coker elucidated earlier. Across the world, data centers are becoming the factories of the digital economy, converting data into transaction, predictions, services, and artificial intelligence. Countries that host these digital factories retain more jobs, skills, investment, intellectual properties. Those without sufficient capacity risk exposing raw data and importing processed intelligence. I mean, we have been discussing this all morning. If we keep our data internal, we have the opportunity to do more with it than getting data from outside sources. Africa faces significant computing gap. Industry assessment indicates that the continent accounts for less than 1%, and Dr. Coker alluded to that, 1% of global data center capacity, despite being home to close to 1/5 of the world population. Distant cloud services increases latency, foreign exchange exposure, and regulatory risk. I mean, a little bit of that was mentioned earlier by Dr. Coker. I'm sending an email from one office in Lagos to another office in Lagos, but my mail will leave my system, get into the cloud, perhaps sometimes leave the country before it comes back to another office in Lagos. So those are the things that causes latency and time wasting in data service. So African compute deficits, African significant Africa faces significant compute gap. Limited access to high-performance computing constrained researchers, while offshore hosting and of critical information can weaken the resilience of services. African compute deficit can therefore become an innovation deficit, a research deficit, a productivity deficit, and ultimately sovereign deficit. Artificial intelligence cannot automatically close Africa's development gap. Without deliberate infrastructure investment, it may widen the gap. Fortunately, Nigeria is not starting from zero. We are already one of Africa's leading data center markets. Lagos benefits from strong enterprise demand, international submarine cables, carrier-neutral facilities, and internet exchange infrastructure. Yet, opportunities should extend beyond Lagos. Abuja can support government, cloud, and public sector disaster recovery. Industrial cities such as Port Harcourt and Kano can support specialized computing. University community can host research cloud facilities, cybersecurity laboratories, and shared AI platform. Our strategic objective should be clear. Nigeria must become not merely a large consumer of digital services, but a trusted computing and data governance hub of West Africa. To achieve this, data centers must be regarded as a strategic national asset. The location, ownership, connectivity, energy resource, legal jurisdiction, and resilience influence national competitiveness. The important question is no longer where are the servers. We must also ask who controls access, whose laws applies, who can audit the system, how quickly essential service can be recovered, and whether Nigeria possesses the expertise to operate and secure infrastructure. Digital sovereignty is not digital isolation. Nigeria needs the global cloud provider. We need international investment, technology partnership, submarine connectivity, and cross-border trade sovereignty. Sovereignty is the ability to choose to decide where strategic data should be hosted, who may process them, how systems are secured, and how essential services can be migrated or recovered. Above all, it is the capacity to use Nigerian data to create Nigeria's intelligence, Nigerian product, and Nigerian economic value. Artificial intelligence is also changing data center design. AI workload requires greater power density, advanced cooling, and resilient connectivity. Nigeria must therefore distinguish ordinary capacity from AI-ready capacity by asking whether the facilities can support high-density computing, provide reliable power and security, and offer affordable access to researchers and startups. Power remains perhaps the most important constraint. A data center cannot shut down because of national grid failure, which we see routinely. Banks, hospitals, government portals, telecommunication network, and cloud services must continue to operate. Operators therefore carry an instability tax through diesel generator, batteries, gas system, and other backup arrangement. Nigeria must stop treating data center energy as mere private concern. Power policy is now digital policy, and energy security is data security. Data center can serve as an anchor to customers for new generation. Specialized digital infrastructure zone, was discussing that this earlier with Dr. Koka. We have a few data centers that are like co-located around the same area, they share resources, and linking one data center to the other is going to cost less if they are within the same axis. So infrastructure alone, however, does not create trust. Nigeria already possesses important element of a governance framework through the Nigerian Data Protection Act, the cybersecurity legislation, the Federal Ministry strategic blueprint, and the National Artificial Intelligence strategy. The challenge is often not policy absence, but policy fragmentation and inconsistent implementation. Policy coherence is more than policy volume. So it is not about the volume of the policy that we have, it's about the coherence of the policy working together to bring down costs, to bring down incentive for investors. Investors and operators need clarity on local hosting requirements, critical infrastructure standard, disaster recovery, cross-border data transfer, public cloud procurement, and incident reporting. Nigeria should avoid two extremes. And one extreme, we have blanket localization, in which all data may be located locally, which may increase cost and restrict access to global services. And then the ungoverned offshore dependence, which creates jurisdictional uncertainty and loss of value. The more practical approach is risk-based data classification. National security, identity, payment, health, and critical government data may be required, that may require strong domestic or sovereign-bound control, while less sensitive workload may use trusted regional or global infrastructure under appropriate safeguard. The objective is not to build walls around Nigerian data, but it is to protect what is strategic while remaining connected to the global digital economy. Our approach must reflect African, also reflect African languages and realities. Sovereign AI is not merely hosting foreign developed model locally. It is enabling Nigerians to build systems that understand Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Pidgin, and other languages. There's so much work, there's so much research that is being done within the university system. One of the things that we're happy about is when you want to reach any of these telco and you are doing text and you call customer service and they ask you if you want to speak in local dialect. That is something that is good, that we are not just doing something that we are importing. Recently, a friend of mine asked me what is second in Yoruba. I know, he said, now I've forgotten it because I'm standing in front of Wakati, and then minute is schedule. So to her, minute is schedule is seconds. I said no, the schedule is not second. The schedule is minutes. Then what is seconds? Well, I must tell the truth. I googled it. Schedule aya. I said the schedule aya, but I was not sure, so I had to Google it. It's the schedule aya. So the schedule is minutes. The schedule aya is second. So we have a lot of things that are happening in our local languages, and I have kids that have grown up, and when they were younger, I lived in Ife. And if you are living in Ife, the cradle of Yoruba land, you will expect that the first language of your kids will be Yoruba. And when somebody came to my door or to my gate and says, Kokoko ejo afe pomi, and my daughter had to go in and ask mommy, what is afe pomi? I said I am in trouble. So we had to make a rule. There is nothing like vernacular. We had the one, they came and told us what we speak is vernacular. We had to change that narrative, and we have to make sure that our languages are recognized. And we are in an AI era, and one of the things that we have studied in the system, in the university, is the fact that AI is biased. And people say AI is biased. What causes AI bias is not that AI intentionally want to be biased, though there are those that are doing things like that, but AI lives on the data that is available to it. And the corpus of data that are available are mainly data that are from the Western world. It took me a while for me to train Siri to, when I call Siri, call Bukola. Siri cannot call Bukola because it tries to, but by the time it's calling somebody else. So, but interestingly, it's getting better. So we need to train it. Call Omololu. The intonations are different, but now they are getting it because the training has to take place. So those are the things that we need to start reflecting. We need to start reflecting AI that understands the required local data set, secures repositories and affordable computing. If African language remain absent from AI, African people risk being invisible or becoming invisible within it. Nigeria must now move from ambition to implementation through 4 responsibilities: build, govern, secure, and scale. Government should map strategic data assets, publish clear classification and cloud placement rules, protect critical infrastructure, coordinate, permit, and establish trusted public sector cloud standard. It should also aggregate demand rather than allow fragmented system. Industry must align for AI density and invest in resilient power, local peering, diverse cyber routes, cybersecurity, and tested disaster recovery. Cloud providers should clarify data portability, vendor exit, while major enterprise commits suitable workload to credible domestic facilities. Now, in rounding up, permit me to speak here about the terrain I know, that is the university. I've recently had the privilege of leading about 70 students from my faculty of Computing Science and Engineering at the Obafemi Awolowo University, on a 2-day academic excursion to 4 major data infrastructure facilities in Lagos. One of the places we visited with great appreciation to Dr. Ayo Koka, at a very, very, very short notice, they welcomed my student. The initial thing is what they were going to take just 20. We divided ourselves into 2 actually. A set went to Castle Cloud on the other side, another set went to Open Access. Open Access looked at the number and was like, we can't take more than 20. Eventually they took and the experience that the student had, I mean, it was something. I led a similar student excursion more than a decade ago. I mean, that was in 2012 to Main 1, when Funke Opeke was still at the helm. We met at a program in Calabar, and I approached her and I said, I want to bring my student to your facility. He's also an ex-alumni of IFE. So he said, no problem. Welcome us. 2012, and that was an interesting experience. So doing it 2026, about 14 years after, I was struck by the scale, sophistication, and operational discipline we encountered. You see, the assumption is like when something is Nigeria, it can't be, we can't be disciplined, we can't do it right. It's not true. You get to places like Open Access, you see people working as if they are working the same amount of commitment, the same amount of resourcefulness that you meet with anybody in any data center anywhere in the world, you will meet at these data centers because they are operating at a world standard. It's not a Nigerian standard. I don't think they operate like anything. This is Nigerian way. No, it is the standard that is set, and that's the standard they follow. So that experience, thank you, sir. That experience reinforced a conviction I have held for many years. Universities must not be spectators in this ecosystem or mere suppliers of certificates. Our students must see the infrastructure, experience it, work with it, and be challenged to improve it. Such exchanges should not be dependent on isolated personal effort. They should become an institutional feature of the university education. University can help close the skill, research, and trust deficit through industry placement, data center academic centers, data center academics, shared computing platform, joint research laboratories, curriculum that reflect the curriculum that reflect directly to Nigerian need. Industry must open its door. That's another thing. They were welcoming. Open access were welcoming. Industry must also open its door, while university must become more deliberate about applied learning, relevant research, and sustained industry partnership. No single actor can build a digital sovereignty alone. Nigeria needs a national data infrastructure compact in which the government provide the policy certainty and coordination, regulators provide clear standard, operators provide resilient and AI-ready infrastructure, enterprise commits sustainable workload, university develop talent and research, and international partner contribute capital and technology in ways that strengthen local capacity. We must reject false choice between sovereignty and openness. Nigeria can remain globally connected while building strong domestic capabilities. We can retain international technology companies while supporting local operators. We can enable cross-border data flow while protecting strategic information. We can use global cloud platform while retaining the capacity to audit, migrate, recover, and innovate. That is the sovereignty we must pursue, not sovereignty as isolation or protectionism, but sovereignty as capability, resilience, choice, and trust. The country that will lead the AI economy will not merely be those that consumes most AI infrastructure. They will be those that can host, govern, secure, scale the infrastructure through which intelligence is produced. Nigeria can become the trusted computing and data governance hub of West African AI economy. The market, investment, policy direction, and talent are emerging, but the window will not remain open indefinitely. And lastly, the time to build is now. The time to coordinate is now. The time to invest in trusted digital infrastructure is now. And the time to move decisively from data center to genuine data sovereignty is now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. Please let's give him another round of applause. Professor Niro Oluwaranti, you definitely know a professor when you see one. Thank you so much, sir, for that robust keynote address. Okay, so we're going to be moving quickly into the next panel session. But just before then, we're going to have the lead speaker presenter that will speak to the topic first before we have our panelists join us on stage. So this panel session is going to be speaking on cloud, data centers, internet exchange, and enterprise connectivity. Now, speaking to this topic first would be none other than Mr. Wole Abu, who is the Managing Director, Equinix West Africa, and ably represented by Mr. Ayomide Jones, the Business Development Manager, Equinix. Please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Ayomide Jones to the stage. Please give him a round of applause. Round of applause, please. Oh, she's a she. I'm so sorry. Please let's give her a round of applause, and she's looking so lovely. Aw, welcome.
Honestly, if I got £1 for every time someone called me Mr., I would be on one island chilling. So, but yes, my name is Ayomide Jones. How are we all doing today? That's not a good reply. How are we all doing today? I think we've all had lunch, right? So we need to shake it off a little. Can I ask everyone to stand, please? Except you're not feeling well or you're sickly. And then you should be at home, you should not be here. Okay. So we're going to do an exercise so we can get involved. Are we ready? I didn't hear anyone. Are we ready? Okay, so if you have a mobile phone, show me. If you have a mobile phone, stay standing. Everyone? Okay, so we are all mobile first people. Okay. So if you want to sit down, don't have the thing, then you can sit down. But then if you sit down, you don't have a mobile phone, we will catch you, right? Okay. If you've used the internet today, please keep standing. Okay. If you have fiber at home, or you use maybe a mobile provider for your internet at home, please keep standing. If you've used ChatGPT today, please keep standing. Okay. If you know where your data is sitting, the data you're trying to access, if you know where it's sitting, please stand. If you visit a data center, please stand. Aha, that's why I'm here. Can we all sit down? Please give yourselves a round of applause. So who remembers my name? Thank you. All right, I'm going to give, if you know you were standing and you don't work for OADC or Equinix or Digital Realty, please can come and have this bag. Okay, we'll make sure all three of you get. Please come forward. What's your name, ma'am?
Thank you. My name is Basirat Adejumo Luash.
Thank you, Basirat, for knowing what data centers are. And the two gentlemen the gentleman and the lady, someone will give you a bag. Okay, my name is Ayomide Jones, and I have a presentation. I hope I will be as interactive as we were in the first 2 minutes. Okay? First of all, I would like to say good afternoon to everyone here present. I hope your lunch is digesting in your bellies. I'm grateful to be here. It's a privilege with the echelons of industry and also the younger ones like myself, if I could say so myself. And today we're going to dive into the topic. It's a mouthful: cloud, data center, internet exchanges, connectivity. And you've heard about data is the new oil. Who has heard that? Data is the new oil. Yes. So I've titled this presentation, "Where is your refinery?" Can I have my slides, please? Okay, 1 minute. So do you know where our refineries are? If data is the new oil, do you know where our refineries are? Any ideas? You can echo it. Is it in Nigeria? Is it in the US? Is it in Europe? Do we know? You know? Okay. Unfortunately, you don't have a mic, so you just have to keep it. So we've heard that data is the new oil. And it gets said at every conference, and usually means nothing. But in this room, we will take it literally, because we know exactly what happens when a country has oil and no refinery. And Nigeria has 230 million people. That's a lot of data being generated every single day. And if you look at the story of oil before the likes of Dangote refinery, what happened? The crude left Nigeria. Somebody else refined it. And it came back as a finished product at a premium and in a different currency to ours, usually in USD. Okay. Right, fantastic. So the question isn't whether if we have data, because we make data every single minute. Me being here on this stage, data is being created. This entire event is creating data and content around the world. The question is, where do we refine it? And to know if we will, where do we stand when it comes to refining? And before we look at the future, let's take a look at the past. This clicker does not like me. We've had a few revolutions. We've had the first, the second, the third, and now we're in the fourth. And for all revolutions, we have consumed. This is arguable, but in the first revolution, we were the human resource. And in the second one, around the 1800s and early 1900s, what did we provide? Raw materials. And in the third revolution, what happened? We were audience. Do we understand how we were audience? I will just explain a simple model to us. We are all eyeballs. We are eyeballs because we all have eyes. And what we do is that we use a network. You all showed me your mobile phones a minute ago. we use a network to access content. So what are we audience of? We are audience of Microsoft Word. We are audience of Oracle systems, Salesforce, Teams. We are audience of Instagram, Snapchat, and whatever tools you use, you're an audience because you're paying to get access to that content. And to refine that, when you take a look at technology, what's effectively happening is every business is being run through technology. Back in the days, you have a physical store, right? And then you get, for you to prove of purchase, you have a physical receipt, or you can physically collect your purchase, like your Microsoft Word disk that you used back in the day. But now, has anyone gotten, is there anyone who has purchased a CD-ROM to get Microsoft Word in the last few years? That's no longer the case, because it sits somewhere on the cloud, and what you have is a virtual receipt. So whether you like it or not, technology is being used to run businesses, and we are all the audience of technology. And now in this fourth revolution, we are a source of data, and we can determine if we continue to be consumers or if we want to participate and be a producer of data and a producer of network and infrastructure and all of that. Is up to us. And to just dive into the numbers, what do we have? Currently, we have 1.5 billion Africans, and by 2050, there'll be 2.5 billion Africans. And we also have 1 in 4 people on the earth will be African by 2050. And 1 in 3 of those will be young Africans under the age of 19. If you compare that to Europe, you see the numbers are quickly different. 44 will be the median age in Europe. And also in Japan, which is aging, it's going to be 49. That'll be the age. So let's do the arithmetic. To answer if you need to know how the internet actually works, it is simple, and my industry sometimes pretends that it's very complicated. So I want to explain how my industry works from the eyes of my 8-year-old. So a few weeks ago, we were going out, and he was doing his assignment on his tablet. I have an 8-year-old son. And as we stepped out of the house, he said, "Mommy, my internet is not working." And I asked him if he understands what internet is. He said it is YouTube. That's all he knows. He doesn't understand the rest of it. So I tried to explain to him. I said, these are just the 3 blocks I used to explain to him. I said, internet is an interconnection of networks, which means 2 people want to connect to one another. So remember we said we were eyeballs, and we use the networks to connect to content. Who remembers that? Can I say a show of hands? Fantastic. So what I said to us, we have a lot of submarine cables physically laid on the ocean bed, and they're bringing that interconnection into Nigeria. There are different providers of submarine cables today. There's Main One Cable, there is Equiano Cable, there's 2 Africa, there's WAX, there's SAT3, and the echelons behind those cables, many of them are in the room today. And also what you have is that you have a middle or last mile providers. So they're either buying directly from the submarine providers, or they are buying from an NSP. And the ISP, who you know as the internet service provider, like your Fiber One, what are they doing? They are giving you that last mile to get to your house. Now, when that network gets to your house, whether you have fiber at home or you're using Wi-Fi, you need to log into that Wi-Fi to access content. The minute you are cut off from the Wi-Fi, you have no more access to content, correct? Now, the next thing I want us to look at is, here I mentioned YouTube, but do we know who owns YouTube? It is Google. And Google is not a network. Google is content, because you're trying to access content every time you use your network to reach Google. And how networks and content, they are in a love relationship, and their meeting place is in data centers. So I want us to just take a look at this picture from the eyes of Equinix. Equinix has been a meeting place of love, and not just Equinix. I mentioned a few other players. There's Equinix. We have 3 data centers in Nigeria. Well, 4 now. We have LG1, LG2. We have LG3, which we are launching in Saka at the end of September this year. We also have a data center in Port Harcourt. There is OADC, and I see Dr. Ayokoka is in the room. There's also Digital Realty, which is Medallion, formerly Medallion. There's ADC. There is Rack Center on the mainland. There's Calci Cloud. There's Fringe. There's a whole array of data centers in Nigeria. But what is particular about Equinix is that Let's look back to the early 2000s when Strive Masirawi launched Econet. And you wanted to connect between Econet and maybe Glo. What you had to do was Econet and Glo had to physically come into a relationship with one another. They had to cross-connect to one another. And they realized that if Econet had its own location and Glo had its own location, then there were so many cross-connections happening around town. So they decided to have neutral locations where they could meet, a disco place where they could meet and connect to one another. And that's how networks came and connected to one another. Then came the contents. The content providers like the Googles, you know, the Netflix, they realized that for me to reach the eyeballs who will pay for the service, I also need to interconnect to the networks. Because the only way you're getting to that eyeball is through what? The network. So what happened? The content came and connected. The next thing is the financial services. Do we remember 10 years ago, everyone was queuing in a bank? I don't know the last time you went into a bank, you know. Why? Because the financial services providers, they also went and connected to the networks. And now, with your phone, you can reach any banking platform, Stanbic, whichever bank you want to reach, from your phone. And next came the enterprises. And they connected to the networks, they connected to the clouds. And finally, at this end, we have AI. AI is bringing everything together. Networks, cloud, it is everything on ramps. Sorry, my screen keeps closing. But a mesh like that does not build itself. Someone has to make the place where buyers and sellers can meet for this love story. And we already know the word when it comes to Lagos. It is data centers. You can see data centers as a place for internet exchange or like Balogu markets for data. And what happens there is networks, they own the customers. All of us, we belong to a network, correct? They own us. They are the buyers. They buy on our behalf. Now, the content providers are the sellers. And like every market in history, they have to meet somewhere. If you want to shop for goods, you want to shop for clothes, you know where you go. If you want to shop for shoes, you go somewhere else. I don't think you can go and buy building materials in Balogu Market. I'm not sure you will find it. Please, excuse me if I said the wrong thing. I don't used to go to Balogu Markets. Okay. It has to be a place where everyone understands that they can meet. It has to be neutral. It has to be owned by no one, in particular to prevent monopolies, which is exactly why competition will walk in and sit down together because of neutrality. Here's what Building One did for us. Before IXPN, when you think about it, if you wanted to buy clothes in the past, what did you do? You went abroad, you shopped, you imported the clothes into Nigeria. The same thing, if you wanted to connect to Google before, you know what you did? You bought IPLC, you imported the Google traffic into Nigeria, which was very expensive. But with IXPN, the traffic became local. It stayed in Lagos. We bought Meta into Lagos. We bought Google into Lagos. That traffic became local. If you were trying to access Google Maps 10 years ago, it was so slow and unreliable. Now, before the 2 seconds, you're on Google. Probably less than a second, you're already on Google. And that has changed things. The real price for data and the real price for speed is latency for local content. And what used to be about 900 milliseconds is now less than 30 milliseconds. And this slide is just showing you how content come into Nigeria. So I mentioned that if you wanted to access Google before, you were importing Google traffic into Nigeria. And then we had the IXPs coming, we had the data centers coming. Now, when the content providers like Meta, Google, Salesforce, whoever you use to drive your business, when they are thinking of coming into Africa, the first place they go to is South Africa. That's naturally the first place they go to. And there are several reasons. They had multiple locations for cable coming in. They had traffic there. They had great policies. And then after they've settled in South Africa and they've grown in traffic, the next natural place they go to is either East Africa or West Africa. If they go into West Africa, do you know where they come to? They come to Lagos. Why do they come to Lagos? West Africa has a population of 460 million people, but half of that population actually belongs to Nigeria, 230 million people. And that is data, that is traffic. Many of those providers come here. It's not just about the population. There's a lot more, but they come to Lagos. And if they go to the west, they usually go to Rwanda or Kenya, most likely. And this just shows you the flow. And this shows you how, the contents went to Johannesburg first. They went for several reasons. They went for co-location at Terraco, which was free. They went for the internet exchanges. They went for enterprise demand. But one of the biggest reasons they went for was power. If you look at the power that is available in South Africa today, it's about 92,000 megawatts, if I check correctly. I have skipped some slides. Yes, if I look at the power in South Africa, it's about, the power in Nigeria today is about 5,000 gigawatts, which is 41% of what is being produced. What is being produced today is about 13,000 gigawatts, which does not even meet our demand of 100,000 gigawatts. And power remains one of our biggest challenges in Nigeria today. The other thing we need to look at is statistization. We invented it, and now the world is studying it. If you look on the road near you, if you're ever walking on the road, you will see sachets on the floor, sachets of origin. Why? Someone might not be able to afford an origin bottle, but they can afford a small sachet. You also see sachet of peak milk, cowbell, because someone might not be able to afford a big bag of peak milk, but they can afford a small sachet of peak milk. Same thing, cooking oil. You might not be able to afford a bottle, but you can afford a small sachet of cooking oil to make stew for your family. And the same thing came with data and with connectivity. If you remember when we started with connectivity in 2001, my father used a chunk of his salary, I think 30,000 naira then, to buy himself an MTN line. And then, if he talks to you for 1 minute, before his 1 minute, he will cut it off. Because he wanted to make sure that he used the entire, I can't remember how much it was, but it was a lot of money for them. But you know what we did? We leapfrog. We went to per second billing. Because you know that if a Nigerian cannot afford to pay a monthly bill, they can pay for 1 minute. They can pay for 1 second. So this economy thrives on sachetization. Pure water, sachet detergent, sachet milk, all on the same principles. And we've done that with telecoms. And when it came to banking, we did the same thing. But we used technology. We used interconnections to make it possible. If you look at MoneyPoint came at a time where people were queuing at the banks and they were complaining about their ATM cards either being stuck at the ATM or not being able to get cash. And then we had the last election where cash was banned. What happened? MoneyPoint literally removed the need for the ATM. They removed the need for the bank, and they gave us what? POS agents. Let's look at those numbers. What they did was, they literally, before you had 16,000 ATMs, right? But now you have, for 26 people, you have 1 POS attendant. Literally removing a whole ecosystem. Why? Because we went digital. Because you know what happened? MoneyPoint is connecting our data centers, connecting to clouds, connecting to networks, connecting to content. And it's revolutionizing the way the industry is working. That fintech industry is working. And not just MoneyPoint. There are so many unicorns who have done the same. There's Flutterwave. There's Andela with education sector. There is Jumia with enterprise e-commerce. All of them have revolutionized using technology. I'm just going to skip this slide. And so I want to just tell you a little about Equinix that I work for. It is not Equinox, it is Equinix. So this is Equinix. We are in 6 continents. We are in 36 countries. We are in 77 markets. That is huge. And we are in 280, we have 280 data centers around the world, either in Europe, Middle East, Africa, in APAC, in Americas. We have 280 data centers. And what is peculiar about, I want us to look at the numbers on the screen. We have over 500,000 interconnections. That's just less than 500 million interconnections between our customers. We also have over 10,000 customers. And what we do is that wherever business is being done around the world, Equinix is in that metro. So wherever Lagos Chamber of Commerce participants are around the world, Equinix is there. And beyond that, we also have, if you look at the numbers to my right, we have invested over $40 billion of capital into data center industry. We've been around for over 27 years. That tells you that we are not a startup bet. We are really an interconnected ecosystem that believes that when your networks and your content and your cloud players are interconnected, you really drive the ecosystem. And next, I'm just going to show you some of those customers. We have network providers, financial service providers, we have payments, cloud. All of this are in our ecosystem. And some of these logos are familiar to you. Finally, I'm going to talk about AI. We talk about AI training or inferencing. We said data is the new oil. The question is, where is your data? All of us use ChatGPT today, but where is that data being trained? I was talking to my son's piano teacher last week, and I said, Coach Cassie, we haven't seen you in 2 weeks. And he told me, I was shocked by his response. He said to me, Ma'am, I'm working for a UK company that is training piano. My son's piano teacher in Lagos has a remote job working on training piano models from Nigeria. So he's creating data that is being imported, just like our crude was imported for many years, to be imported back with a premium on it. And it really got me thinking, are we going to be importing back and inferencing only? Or when are we going to start thinking of training our own data and making the most of the oil that is now in the fourth revolution? So I'm going to leave you with that question. What do we want to do? And the solutions are real. It's a tedious process. You need to look at those use cases. You need to decide which models you want to use, whether Llama or Mistral or Vane. And then you need to think of your compute, whether NVIDIA or whatever else you want to use for compute. And when you're done with that, you have to train the models and fine-tune them. And all of this is possible within the data centers. It's possible because we have interconnections. It's possible because we have cloud on ramps as well. And so the question is up to you. Are we going to make the most of the oil, or are we going to wait and continue to be consumers of the new oil? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ayomide. What a data-rich and research-filled presentation. Please let's give another round of applause. Thank you so much. All right, so next up, we're going to be inviting to the stage the head of Go-To-Marketing MTN Business, who is representing Ms. Njideka Jack, the GM MTN Business Marketing. Please join me as we welcome Ms. Fumilola Akintaye. Please put your hands together for her as she comes to the stage. Are we clapping? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Or should I say yellow? MTN. Okay, so because I'm on stage, I own this stage right now. So you have to do what I ask you to do, right? So if I say MTN, you say everywhere you go, MTN. You are not saying it too loud now. MTN. Thank you so very much. It's good to be here. Representing my general manager. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it. And I hope I'm able to do justice to our presentation. Do we have it up here? And I want to say thank you to the chairman, standing on all existing protocol. Thank you for having us. It's good to be partnering with Lagos Chamber of Commerce on this ICTEL EXPO. Are we good? So I have my laptop here. We know that the only thing that does not fail is what God made. Technology can fail you anytime, right? Okay. Thank you, everyone. So basically, we're speaking on accelerating digital transformation through scalable telecom infrastructure. We want to talk about something that sits underneath every digital transformation story. And I'm sure you've heard about a lot about infrastructure throughout this event today. But our premise is simple. You cannot digitize an economy faster than you can scale the network underneath it. And I'm sure the other speaker that spoke said a whole lot on that too. So we'll look at how we close the gap and what it is that builds infrastructure that scales ahead of demand and not behind it. Okay. Okay, we'll start with why this matters. And right here we see on the different slides, the opportunity and the obstacle. Yes, the opportunity are there. Mobile internet penetration has risen to about 60%. Estimated digital economy contributions about $18 billion. That is a lot. And then data traffic growth over 5 years has increased 3 times. But there are obstacles, and the obstacles are simply the broadband coverage stays patchy outside major urban corridors. We have peak hour congestion, degrades service such as demand peaks. You know, sometimes everybody is home and the network is congested. We have cost per gigabyte stays high where backbone access is weakest. And lastly, the urban-rural divide limits who can join the digital economy. So ambition is our running infrastructure, and that is the problem this talk is about solving. So we say scalable telecom infrastructure isn't one thing. Okay, sorry. Okay. Scalable infrastructure isn't just one thing. It's 4 layers working together. We have the fiber backbone, and metro networks are the arteries moving traffic between cities and out to the world. We have the 5G and network densification, which give you faster, denser, less mile access. We have the edge computing and data centers, which bring processes power closer to users and cutting latency. And then we have the cloud native interconnection that gives the capacity and grow elastically with demand instead of being overbuilt, yes, in advance or underbuilt and constantly playing catch up. So we're saying none of this matters in isolation. Transformation only happens when we are able to build and scale together. And I go to the next slide, which talks about, when we talk about all of us, and I know she also mentioned AI. AI is a new thing, and she mentioned, I know you were asking who has used ChatGPT today, and if you do the exercise again, apart from ChatGPT, there is the Claude, there is a whole lot of AI tools right now, and we're saying in essence, who have used it today, we want to build AI, but we can't build AI without the right infrastructure, because AI needs a whole lot of infrastructure for us to use. We have to compute at scale, power and cooling, low latency and connectivity. And we say without local infrastructure, Africa consumes AI built elsewhere. Right now, AI, most of the AI tools or solutions that we use are built outside the country. So the data, the value, and the decision all live with it. And that's talking about where our field is. M10 Ambition 2030 strategy specifically targets AI, enable data centers in Nigeria and South Africa, putting telecom infrastructure at the foundation of African-owned industry. So basically, we're saying that M10 is ready. M10 is planning ahead. That is why we call it our Ambition 2030. And what does this Ambition 2030 speak to? You say you don't have to just take it on this by faith. It's happening right here. Our M10 Ambition 2030 strategy has made digital infrastructure one of its 3 core pillars alongside connectivity and fintech. And concretely, M10 Nigeria is committed to connecting 8 million homes to fiber over the next 3 years. I know we had some conversation around broadband today. We've also built the largest prefabricated modular data center in Nigeria, our Dabengwa data center. Also, our IHS tower acquisition, I know it was a big deal that happened this year. And then the 5G standalone and 2 African cable that we are building. So we are saying in essence that MTN is preparing Africa for the future. We are building the right infrastructure that will enable us even to build AI. And then we'll go on to the next. We talked about one network, every sector transformed. So it is just one network, but with one network, we get every sector transformed. We have the fintech and payment, agriculture and logistics, talking about our IoT sensors and connected supply chains, which cuts waste and boosts yield. We have the healthcare. We'll talk about telemedicine and e-records. Right now, you can stay in your home, put a call through to a doctor, and then you get diagnosed. You get all the necessary medical attention that you need. You can get it right on your phone. You can even check your pulse on your phone right now. You pick your Samsung, you touch a particular spot, the sensor, and then you are able to check your blood level, your sugar level, and all of that. So that is happening with the network. Education, we have e-learning platforms, which gives every student access to the same quality of content. And lastly, government services, digital public services cut friction and build trust in the institution. And so what do? We build once and we scale infinitely. So the scalability imperative has designed networks for tomorrow's demand and not today. So we are not just building for today, we are building for the future. And that is why we have the Ambition 2030. We are building for the future. We are looking at it. The traditional approach basically is to build to meet today's peak load, every upfront camp, CAPEX per site, siloed single-purpose networks, and upgrades trigger service disruption. But what are we doing? Scalable approach is built with elastic modular capacity, shared infrastructure, lowest cost per user, interconnected multi-tenant networks, and capacity added without disruptive service. Okay. So looking at all of this, we'll land on three concrete near-term moves, which each one with a natural lead. The first is to expand and share infrastructure. The private sector accelerates fiber rollouts and tower or duct sharing to bring down costs and time to reach new areas. The second fast-track policy and spectrum. Government streamlines permits and releases spectrum on a predictable timeline that investors can actually plan around. And third, we invest in edge and data capacity. Enterprises and operators bring compute closer to users to support the next wave of digital services. So none of this without the other two can survive. So that is exactly why this room, with government, operators, and enterprise all in it, we can start by building right in this room. And lastly, I'll leave us with this. We said the infrastructure we build is the economy we live in tomorrow. So when we build the right infrastructure that is scalable, we are able to keep our data in Africa. We are able to build the right AI to use for our continent. And lastly, we are able to mine this data and use it for the good of our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please let's give her a yellow applause. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. So we're going to be moving straight into the panel session. I would be introducing the moderator, and he would in turn introduce the panelists that will be speaking to the topic that our first two speakers have already started building on. So please join me to welcome the moderator for this panel session, the Group CTO, Alpha Beta Consulting. Please put your hands together as I welcome Olumide Idowu. Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together. Do we have a moderator on site? Do we have our moderator? Okay, all right, he's coming straight ahead. All right, so this particular panel session, just like the first speakers have already started with, is going to be speaking on cloud, data centers, internet exchange, and enterprise connectivity. We had the first speaker, Ms. Ayomide, and now we've had the yellow presentation, and they've given us a great foundation for this. So we're going to be having our panelists put some more knowledge and insight on this particular panel. So please join me again to welcome the moderator, Mr. Olumide Idowu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know that we have been enjoying the conference so far. We have come to a very important segment, which is our second panel session. And the topic we are going to be exploring this afternoon in this session is highly pertinent to building the digital economy for our nation, Nigeria. And the topic that we shall be exploring this afternoon is cloud, data centers, internet exchange, and enterprise connectivity, building Africa's digital backbone, right? And I have a team of distinguished panelists this afternoon that will be joining me on this platform, and I like to invite them one after the other. The first person I'm going to invite is Dr. Ayotunde Koka, who is the Chief Executive Officer for Open Access Data Centers. Let's put our hands together for him, please. Let's jam our hands together, please. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. And the next person I'm going to be inviting is Mr. Dafe Orohi, and he is the Chief Technology Officer of Unitellers. Is he around? Welcome on stage, please. Let's put our hands together for him as he walks to the stage. And the third person I'm going to be inviting is Dr. Krishna Ranganath, who is the CEO of UniCloud. Let's put our hands together for him as he walks to the stage. Dr. Krish. Let's give him a minute to arrive. Okay, as I said earlier, the topic we shall be exploring in the next few minutes is cloud data centers, internet exchange, and enterprise connectivity, building Africa's digital backbone. You're welcome, Dr. Chris. Good afternoon. All right, I think you can get going. I'm going to be asking our panelists some questions that are very pertinent to our discussions, and I believe they have the wealth of experience to give us quality insights, to make it a very rewarding and engaging panel session. So I'm going to be starting from Dr. Koka. Yes. I'm going to ask you this question, sir. Cloud adoption continues to accelerate across Africa, right? What are the biggest opportunities and challenges for enterprises migrating to the cloud?
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Well, I used to be a CEO, a CIO in one life. So,
yes.
And actually then didn't have much cloud, apart from the fact that you had some of the emails and so on, and you had, some people might remember MSN.
Okay, Microsoft
yes,
Network.
MicrosoftNetwork.com, and that's sort of the starting of cloud.
AOL.
Yes, AOL,
Yeah,
and most really email.
Absolutely.
And then it moved into some shared storage, But one of the things that really transformed cloud is also speed of connectivity. So you could do a lot more remotely. Now, CIOs have to think about the enterprise architecture, how the entire enterprise work, and also have to think about making sure it's secure, and so on. So what has happened over time is increasing, especially over the last 15 years, but more like in the last 10 years. There's a lot more confidence in the fact that you can actually move something away off-prem.
Off-premises.
Yes. But it's also happened in stages. sometimes in parallel, people used to build data centers and feel they have to have data center on-prem. Yeah. And then a huge change of mindset again over the last 15 years. Why would you build a data center? You co-locate it because you have higher quality data centers you can co-locate with. So that comes with complexities. You need to be able to migrate from where you are to a new data center without downtime. And the techniques of doing that have emerged over time. There's something we call zero downtime migration, risk managed migration processes. Having done what, I don't know, gosh, 25 banks or so in time. One from being a CIO to then running data centers. So there are approaches now that are well proven of either moving off-prem to co-location, moving off-prem into cloud, or both, or hybrid. But the key thing is that the migration planning has to be done very, very carefully. It has to be tested, and there are certain processes, some technical you go through to make sure that you establish an environment, almost like a relationship first, and then you make sure that you're able to migrate, you make sure you test, and all of that. There's another sort of complexity that's happened in that you've got to secure the enterprise, and it gets more and more complex in time. So you have quite a heterogeneous or hybrid environment, and what you have to do is to make sure you secure the core, while at the same time securing the interactions you have, sometimes with multiple cloud providers, sometimes actually with more than one co-location provider, a primary and a secondary, right? And that's brought a complexity into security, just when actually the whole thing around cyber threats has increased exponentially over time. So those are the kind of things that have to be really taken into account. Now, there are some things that aren't yet, in a way, in cloud. I mean, fintech is pretty much gone to cloud, but core banking is actually not quite there yet. So although we have lots of fintechs and so on that operate in cloud, quite a lot of them actually outside of the country, some actually leverage local cloud. The core banking that they sit on is usually still with a bank somewhere. And in the old days, we'd call it the account carrier. So there's a good old-fashioned core banking account carrier somewhere, and then the fintech sits on top of it. However, you see, the reason that's happened is because operating core banking is more complicated. Treasury systems and stuff like that, some manufacturing ERPs are mostly in cloud now. But as we start to really get those industrial scale cloud capabilities locally, hold the information locally, and you can process it locally, then you start to see a lot more core banking moving. And of course, there's also the migration risk as well, as I've described. So once you get over that, you actually start to see that pretty much most things will be running in some form on cloud or hybrid. But pretty much now, everyone co-locates, because why would you put capital where it's not earning anything for the business?
Thank you so much, Dr. Koka, for that insight. Let me turn to Mr. Dafe, right? The City of Unitellers. I would like to pose this question to you. What do you think? Should Nigerian businesses prioritize public cloud, private cloud, or hybrid cloud? This is a very tricky question. I'm very interested. So I'd like to hear from you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think to a large extent, Dr. Kruka has given an insight already.
Yeah.
So priority is dependent on your type of business. So you can't just, there's no one cap fits it all. So for some businesses, for instance, you spoke about the banking sector. We had the core banking app. It's a bit dicey putting it in the public infrastructure or leaving it within your own cloud. It's within your own private data center itself. So the choice of where you reside, where you want your application to run on, to a large extent depends on the nature of the business. And invariably, with all the challenges, both side experiences, either a private data center or a public data center cloud infrastructure, or even an hybrid infrastructure in case you are co-locating or whatever means. So you look at all those merits. For instance, the bank, their strength is in running financial services. It's not in running power systems. So the data center is a serious consumer of power.
Absolutely.
So do they have that level of expertise to run a full power system that will put your banking operation 24/7 on? And then if you have it to run it, that's okay. Are you competitive enough? That's another factor. So you begin to look at all the stuff, and then you will see that it will then make sense to take some workload to either a shared infrastructure or to the cloud and so on. And then you then begin to look at the role of the regulators. They come in. So today we are speaking of data sovereignty. What do you do? So if that is holding you down, then it means that the luxury of the public cloud outside Nigeria is not there for you, right?
Yes.
So you begin to consider all these factors, then you make your choice. But of course, today we have some bits of outpost services already in Nigeria, so that's running. But for us at Unitellers, we have also a very unique portfolio we are offering. This is not a marketing campaign, but we have ability to offer you an edge cloud services. And so that edge cloud services means we can bring that cloud close to you. So whatever form of regulation, for instance, you are operating under, we can in a sort of a way offer you quality service. But again, to answer your question, the choice of those migration options, the choice of operating across either a public cloud or whatever cloud is solely dependent on your type of business and the regulations within that business structure itself. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Daffy, for that insight. You mentioned power as a major challenge, right? And that takes me to the next question that I would like to ask Dr. Krish, right? Nigeria, power remains a significant operational challenge for data centers, right? Okay. How can data centers remain competitive in the face of that?
We all know power is a problem, correct? And that is a core ingredient for a data center part. And we also need to look at it, how we understand that ecosystem. And okay, now let's go back into the basics. If you're going with the public grid, we know, if it on a basic band A, 230 or 223 naira per kilowatt hour, am I correct? If you're going on a dedicated line, we know what is the cost of it, and what are the fixed cost and what are the variable cost. What is the next option? We may have to have better collaborations between the data center operators. That comes in play. Then comes, what is the source of the power? Can we go back to gas? As far as Lagos is concerned, hydro is not possible. Solar is practically ruled out unless we have some kind of a wheeling agreement, which is not available as of now. So still go back to gas. So what is the best way? How can we be more competitive? If the cost of the power comes down, then can we pass that price to the customer? Because at the end of the day, the market need to accept you as a quality provider at a certain price level, correct? So that also need to be looked at. So when we look at the whole parameter, is Nigeria is a competitive market for data center at this moment? It's a bit difficult, honestly, because the return of investment used to be like 6 years, 5 years earlier. Now it is a bit more going up, correct? And the available cash in the market to run the business is also coming a bit less. It is not like the old times, okay, where there is a fund injection comes in, we get it immediately. No, there's a turnaround time is more. So in an overall perspective, it's a long-term game. It is not something a short-term like a trading business. The long-term with deep pockets. Is it sustainable? Of course it is sustainable. That is the reason more and more data centers are coming on place and existing players are adding more capacities. So it is based on how we operate it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Krish. I know power will continue to be a great challenge for data centers, right? I believe if the government also invests, public-private partnership, more power generation connected to the grid, I believe we're going to get there at some point. That's it. So next question goes to Dr. Kuka, right? Nigeria has witnessed, and you're a pioneer in this area, that's why I directed this question to you. Nigeria has witnessed significant investment in carrier-neutral data centers. What impact is this having on the digital economy? That's the question.
Okay. Yeah. Digital economy. Digital, if you look at it in layers, you have, data centers that sit on power. Then you have the interconnectivity.
Absolutely.
Then you have all of the cloud and stuff like that, or whatever applications that sit on top, and then you have the consuming environment, and then you have so security and everything else that has to go with it. So that has a whole value chain in that you could call the digital economy. Okay? So everything sits on a data center somewhere. Even the network sits in a data center somewhere. Now, the benefit of having a carrier-neutral data center is that, it's not tied to, say, one carrier. Because, it has to be, it means that you have, because you're not a carrier, all of the carriers and ISPs and so on will trust you can build ecosystems that allows them to cross-connect and everything. When you have clients coming to, businesses coming to carrier-neutral data centers, or a bank, or oil and gas, or enterprise, or cloud providers, they have access to a whole range. I mean, like 40, 50. We have something close to, say 50 carriers, for instance, there for you to, either they do business with each other in a free environment, or the clients have a choice of connecting to carriers, okay? So it's efficient for them, more cost effective to be in an environment like that. Also, the cost of switching is much less than if you were in a place that didn't have that diversity ecosystem of carriers. And you have the internet exchanges. We've had discussions about internet exchanges. And therefore, also, if you're open, then you have multiple internet exchanges as a possibility. So it really builds a big ecosystem. That is what then underpins the efficiencies you have with the cloud companies that give much more cost-efficient compute capability out into the marketplace. So it actually enables and brings down the access to digital infrastructure to businesses. So that's one value, okay? The other aspect of value is that if you build a data center, for instance, so for every dollar you spend on a data center, the direct or induced impact could be anything from about 20 or 50 times, right? Okay? Why? First of all, you have very expensive architects that will do your architecture.
Absolutely.
You have mechanical and electrical designers that do all. I mean, it's pretty sophisticated design, and they're well paid. So you see, even if you bring them in the first instance, over the last 15 years, we've created a tremendous local capacity and capability for this stuff. Before then, it didn't exist. But the reason we have is that we bring people in. You build the capacity and capability. And I'll tell you, the raw material of youth that we have and capability we have, I call it leadership context, you can get a tremendous capacity capability out of them to step into those roles. So we create a whole value chain. Imagine the impact on the economy of that, okay? So you hire and pay these people, it grows those economies. Then you get the building companies to build quite sophisticated physical infrastructure, plus all the generators and everything. The power companies, you connect into the power, they love data centers. Why? You have a constant demand of power, and they pay because you can't afford not to have your power, like Dr. Kish was saying, right? So the power companies are getting significant value out of that, okay? As a data center company, you can negotiate a rate, given your scale, that reduces your cost of sale, that reduces the cost of people using your service, a much more efficient economy, right? Then you start to operate. So you hire, well-paid, very highly qualified engineers and mechanical people for security companies. You create a whole ecosystem and value chain around all of that, and that's feeding into places like we operate now, VI, Lekki, and so on. Now, if you build a megawatt data center, typically it's easier maths, right? Let's say it's $10 million, and you build a 10 megawatts, say $100 million. Now, of all of these things, the direct and induced, and you remember we said it could be, let's say 20 on the lower side, okay? That is $2 billion impact on the local economy. But data centers typically then don't stop. You continue to grow and build, you use more power, you use engineers to support your generators, right? Now, can you imagine the huge scale of impact on the broader economy, never mind the digital economy, and never mind digital impact on general enterprises, government, and so on. It's huge.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Kuka, for providing that insight. By the way, Dr. Kuka was the first CEO, or the CEO of the first carrier neutral data center in Nigeria, the RAC Center.
Oh, at scale, yes. Yes.
All right, so he has a lot of pedigree in that ecosystem. All right, you mentioned, Dr. Kuka, you mentioned Internet exchange point as one of the layers, right? And I would like to ask a question from Mr. Dafe. Right? Many people do not understand what that is. Internet exchange points. Right? It's still a buzzword to some people. Why are they important, by the way? What are they and why are they important?
Okay. Let me use the word the local internet exchange. Okay. It's very, very important today. So at the very bare level, so let's take for instance, you just type on your phone, google.com. When you type google.com, that's a word, just some alphabet you have typed. But behind it is an IP address. And so because every businesses, every website have an IP address behind them. And for humans, it's not easy to begin to remember those numbers in terms of the IP addresses. It's easier to remember the name, to remember, okay, you are going to Google, just type google.com. But you don't know what's the number, the IP address behind it. And so every time you want to resolve that alphabet to the IP address, it means you have to query a source. And when you are querying that source, you are asking a DNS server, please, what is google.com's IP address? And then the DNS server, which is a repository of several websites, names across the world, will respond to you. And so, take for instance, you are going to jamb.org as a student. If Jamb, that DNS server is sitting outside Nigeria, it means before you get the query, from your phone to your ISP, outside to Portugal or to somewhere else, before it comes back to you. Because the Jamb, most probably you are using MTN network, for instance, and Jamb is not seated in MTN network. So it means MTN cannot resolve that name for you. But what the Internet Exchange has done is to bring all these local players within the country, get them physically connected. Get them connected so that contents within the country, those queries don't have to cross the shores before you get a response. And that means that it becomes it becomes much easier and quicker for people. I can tell you we did some couple of migrations within the last 1 year, and I can tell you some of the big players in the examination sectors are already in Nigeria. And so you will see that the service experience, like people will spend so much time, those days if you are going for NYC, you do it 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the night. Because
Yes.
you want to access this content.
Yeah, yeah.
And these contents were not in the country. So it will take time, and then the pipe that is connecting you get clogged. Almost everybody wants to go to nysc.org.
Yes.
And so people begins to struggle. But what happens today? Those contents are here, seated in some locations, right? And so whatever ASP you are using is connected to the internet exchange. So which means for you to access these resources is much quicker and faster today. That's the summary of the experience.
Thank you, Mr. Ade, for that answer.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Krish, building on this, how can Nigeria further improve internet traffic localization?
At least if you look at the recent traffic report from IXPN, there's a substantial improvement.
Yeah.
Because at least a decent percent of local traffic still remains within the local network. That is a great achievement, honestly, and it is still improving, correct? So one of the side, I think it should be,
I think they have reached 1 terabyte now, isn't it?
More than that. I
More
think
than
it
that, yeah. I think, how much?
It's
Over 2 terabyte
It's
now.
over
I
two.
was
It's over
wondering,
two.
yeah.
Yeah. So, further traffic localization, which also helps this, number one. Number two is that, our own intercity connectivities, that need to improve a bit more. Then the localization can go down a bit more deeper, to my understanding, correct? And again, more peering need to happen. So once more peering happens, further localization, and the traffic remains local. And that is the ultimate aim we need to look at it. At least, on a gradual, can we achieve around 75 to 80% of traffic to be localized? And that is the best scenario we can look at it in Nigeria or any of the nations. And that really gives a lot of value to the ecosystem.
Thank you so much, Dr. Krish. And Dr. Kuka, many businesses are complaining of unreliable connectivity today. What needs to change?
One of the challenges we have is the fiber cuts. Right? We have huge numbers of fiber cuts today in the country. We've talked about it so much. It's 750 or different, but large numbers. So one of the key, but also as you architect your networks, you want to make sure you architect resilience into it. But sometimes you have to have 3 or 4 levels of, they call it protection. But what that means is you have one route, you have another, and you have another, and you have another. So this breaks, you go to this one. This could break at the same time, that's still broken, then you go to this one. And you have breaks in this one, and you go, that's the kind of, So it's a complication and it's a challenge that we have generally in the connectivity environment here. A lot has to be done, and it's been done by the agencies, Alton and ATCON and so on, to just chip away at trying to improve that situation, okay? Having said that, actually, the quality of service you get also depends on the provider you go for, or on making sure you also have backups. And one of the things I said during the keynote is that just anecdotal evidence. If you're, in Nigeria, you find it's the cities that really have better internet. And do you know what? It's not just Nigeria. You go to the UK, go to Europe, go to the middle of back end of nowhere, you'll have the same challenges with getting connectivity. It doesn't mean it's okay, but just how it feels, we actually do have in the cities, pretty good internet, especially in Lagos compared to some of the other cities that I've had experience with. So there are many challenges the industry is working on, have to live with, have to overcome to bring reliable connectivity. However, people also have to be educated to make sure that if you buy a cheapskate connectivity, then you get the quality that comes with it. You also need to make sure that you have resilience in your digital life, so that options you take for your service providers gives you a choice when one goes down to move. You also need to make sure that your cost of moving is as low as possible. So if you have a poor service provider, get rid of them, get another one. And something similar happens elsewhere as well. So there are two sides to that coin, the consumer and the provider, and the challenging or third side, therefore, the challenging environments that we operate in.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kuka, for that insight. You talked about fiber cuts, right? So that goes to Mr. Daffy. How important is fiber infrastructure in supporting enterprise connectivity?
That fiber today is the heart, because when you look at other medias, for instance, copper, I think copper is running around 10 gig today at max. But for fiber, you have capacity to terabytes, very huge capacity, and it's a bit flexible within the optical network architecture where you can begin to aggregate resources, and so it's highly, very, very flexible and easier for, and more, I think you have more development in terms of fiber infrastructure today compared to what you have within investments in copper to be able to push that bandwidth across it. So at the heart of it is cheaper. It's cheaper, I mean, per terabyte compared to copper. You know the cost of copper today. Fiber is just glass, right?
Definitely.
It's just glass. So for you to be able to connect, for instance, Oriental Hotel to the next MTN hub, if you have to run copper that much length, it will cost you far more compared to doing fiber. So fiber offers two major advantages: cheaper to roll out, and in terms of capacity, it also offers you a bigger capacity. And that's why today is the darling of the enterprise.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dr. Krish, if you advise a CEO today, right, what should a CEO consider before embarking on digital transformation? What should a CEO consider before embarking on digital transformation?
Let's look at, what the digital infrastructure we have on the ground. If you are talking about Africa, correct? If I'm advising a CEO in Nigeria, of course I will advise look at what infrastructure we have and how can we capitalize and what is the benefit of it. In African way of doing things, the initial cost may be a bit higher. I don't deny that fact. But at the same time, is it beneficial? It is highly beneficial. So how we need to do it and what are the pros and cons and what is the process to be get it done. So those are the things we need to look at it. Cost is one factor. The second is more important is, the whole related factor of what we are recently talking for the last maybe 20 days of more data domiciliations, correct? Which is a key part of any digital transformation part.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Krish. Okay, Mr. Daffy. Okay, let me ask this question. How can organizations maximize return on due to infrastructure investments?
Yeah.
It's highly capital intensive, right? So how can organizations maximize on that investment?
Okay, getting the best out of investments today, for instance, enterprises, let's start with Enterprise X, for instance. Maybe you are operating in the banking sector, and then you now need to set up your own infrastructure to run everything. Then you begin to see that cost which Dr. Krish is talking about begins to come in. What's your cost of setting up your own data center? What's your cost of buying your infrastructure? What's your cost for maintenance? What is your cost for renewal of service contracts? And so on. But you can as well just do what? Have two data center operators today. One by my left, one by my right. So why spend that many $1 million to build a data center when you can co-locate? Right? So you have brought down your cost. Then two, what we have seen also for businesses, there was one institution, I won't call names, that spent as much as $10 million for server and compute infrastructure, storage and compute infrastructure. I can tell you they did not use 80% of that before it went end of life. Okay. You get it? Absolutely. They did not consume 80% of that resources before it went end of life. And so what are we saying there? You can then begin to look out for the options of as a service. I mean, when I mean as a service, compute as a service, storage as a service, and even your data center space as a service in terms of co-location and some other possibilities, which will help you to, your speed to go to market is there, so you achieve that, go to market. And then you don't take up the responsibility of ensuring that the technician is providing power for you or cooling. You pass that to Dr. Krish or Dr. Kuka, right? They will bother more about that. And then it becomes a more efficient and more effective system. Then for your compute needs, you can speak to the likes of Unitellers that will help you. Almost at a go, you can come up, you can set up a full enterprise within a week. So if you have good application guys, you are good to roll out. If you approach with the as a service, if your approach is via as a service today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dafe. Thank you so much. Next question goes to Dr. Cook, a very interesting question. Artificial intelligence, AI, is driving unprecedented demand for cloud infrastructure and data centers. Is Nigeria ready?
Yes. I'll do this as quickly as possible because I noticed we've gotten it. Yeah, I think it's already is ready. You know, we talked about large language models and how we're feeding off that. There are lots of AI providers that you can now. That's one aspect, but that's out of country. We're now having solutions where we're building more data centers that are AI ready. I won't go into the technology that does that, but just the big hyperscale data centers. We're now having more sophisticated cloud providers, and what they call the neo clouds bring AI chip technology with the cloud as well. So it's already is ready. In stages, it's being built up as we have the sovereign AI, the smaller language models in the local context, the inference layer that produces the compute, and what we're already using AI.
Absolutely.
Your phone is already full of AI.
Absolutely. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I just say yes in terms of ready, in stages of readiness and stages of scaling out as it comes in. Now for businesses, just building on that issue about leveraging sort of cloud, for instance. If you're a business and you want to use cloud and you're doing everything yourself, how many AI servers are you going to buy? I mean, really? And how long is it going to get you to build the skills? How long is it going to take to implement it? You'll be out of your business because your competitors will leave you behind by consuming those capabilities as a service. We're just starting on this AI journey, and we'll get as ready as we need to as we go along.
Thank you, Dr. Kuka. And the last question, please permit me to ask the last question. Dr. Krish, this is a very important question for you. Should Nigeria focus more on building hyperscale data centers or improving nationwide connectivity?
It's a chicken and egg situation because without connectivity, there is no hyperscale data centers.
Absolutely.
Because if your brain need to work, the vein also need to work.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Yes.
So that's the situation. Unless 774 local governments are connected properly, the data centers, whatever we are building in the Lagos coast, many of them are going to be empty. The traffic need to come in.
Absolutely.
That's what it is. Everybody is building data centers. We know this, correct? And we also know this, there's a huge amount of traffic. And that traffic need to come into Lagos as of today.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So that means both need to go hand in hand. The hyperscalers need to come in the way it has to come in. The same way, parallelly, the network also need to get improved in a drastic better way, in a much, much better way, much faster way.
Okay, thank you so much. It's a wrap. Let's put our hands together for our panelists. They did a good justice to the topic, and I want to really thank them for their insight at that time. Let's put our hands together once again for them. Over to you, please.
Thank you so much. Please let's give him another round of applause. I believe we've gotten value for our time. Thank you once again for such an insightful panel session. We definitely enjoyed and learned quite a lot from your wealth of knowledge. What an incredible first day. I want to say a big thank you to every single person that is still seated. Thank you for giving us your time and your audience. Today we've already started by kickstarting with great innovations and starting with connections that will push us towards building, scaling, and securing the digital prosperity of Africa's tech frontier. Okay, so we come again tomorrow morning. We would begin day 2 of ICTEL Expo 2026 by 9 a.m. And of course, we would be embarking on yet another journey of great conversations with industry leaders and leaders in the industry. Okay, so we look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow. Of course, the booths are still around, so feel free to take a walk around. And of course, it is important that you get to network, speak to someone you haven't seen before, and let's start the partnerships that we have already started talking about from this very stage. My name is Osara Noma Saba. It's been an honor standing before you today. I say have a lovely evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.